beta. Let's tank some keys. There's nothing in particular that I really need footage of. I was just thinking about what tank I might level last. I really like Prop Pally, so who knows how fast leveling is going to be, but we'll see. Yesterday was a lot of fun. I'm very happy that we made the 8-hour tier list, or whatever it is. But we're not doing that today. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. We're going to be playing some regular, chill tank stuff. Just enjoying the day. Enjoying the day. All right, let's go ahead and get set up. I think I was very excited. I made a rogue guide with Shindig this morning. I think it went very well. A little bit subtlety rogue, maybe went a tiny bit long, but ultimately I'm excited. I have a mission. I wanted to make a channel update soon about what I want to do for my channel, for what I'd like to do for everything. I think I have some really cool plans. I know I want to make dungeon guides. I want to make routes for people. I want to have all of that available, of course. I want to have the MDT notes so people can have different routes for their keys as they go into week 1 of the season. I also want to make some class guides. I want to have resources for everyone that wants them. And on top of all of that, I'd also like to do collabs with more people and explain if you want to learn how to play DPS. I want you to be able to have those resources on the channel. So a lot of cool things in the work. Many things to do. And we'll be busy over the next few weeks. Obviously, it's the last day of beta. I don't know if tomorrow we'll have beta or not. Actually, I'm very unsure about that. I have no idea what the plan is tomorrow. But yeah, I think I might make a little channel update because I've been now making content for how long now? A whole year. I've had the YouTube channel for a whole year, and I have all sorts of ideas about what I'd like to do. What's up, Smokey? Yeah, I'll play Pally for a bit. Hey, Slippy. Good morning. Good morning. So no 8-hour tier list today. Don't worry, we're not doing that. But we are going to play some tank, and I want to work on my routes. Again, one of the things that I'd like to have for everyone, if you so desire it, is the option to take one of my routes and just have them with notes and stuff like this, and also make some variations for what I would do in a weekly +10 versus what I would do in a push key or whatever it ends up being. That is the plan. I think that's a good plan. I'd like to have those resources available for people, as well as finish up my UI, my Platinator, everything, so that I can do that for people. Keep in mind, this will be my first season really trying to have all of my own resources. I will not pay gate any of them. You are more than welcome to take as many as you would like. I want to be able to help the community, and so if you so desire the profile for my Platinator or my UI or anything like that, hopefully all of it can be linked in Discord as time goes on. That would be the idea behind it. That is what I'd like to have available. I'd also like to have different guides for specs and this and that. I have a lot of plans. There's a lot of plans for stream. It'll be a downtime though for a while. There won't be much going on for a little bit. We'll be leveling, obviously, and I'm excited. Midnight is literally 1 or 2 days away, depending on how you look at it. So that's exciting. Do you guys all have early access? Super. Hey, Dystopia. Good morning. What's up, Moon? Play DPS. Today, I think I'll just tank today. I've tested everything I kind of want to test. The only thing I'd like to play maybe is Rogue. I did a Rogue guide. I'm trying to push some keys. Nah. Just chill. Just chill. Last day. We're just doing chill stuff. But the idea is, I really am curious about these DPS guides that I'm making. I made one with Obliterate for Unholy. I made them with Shin today, and it's very cool. I think I'm also going to miss beta. There's something special about being able to just play whatever it is that you want, you know? I like beta. Beta is actually my favorite time to play the game because, you know, you don't have to worry about gear. You don't have to do any of that. You don't have to farm renown. There's no weirdness. You just log in, get your gear, play whatever you want, try new things. I really appreciate how beta works. So we'll be playing Prop Pally for this key, and then we'll go. Hey, Abuelita. Did you guys see the tier list from yesterday? Did you like the tier list? It was pretty cool, huh? I was very proud of it for what it's worth. I thought it went well. I was very tired yesterday, as I'm still kind of tired today. But it was a lot of fun. It was giga fun to do that. Yep. Yo, what's up, baby? Yo, I gotta message you, by the way. So I'll just say this publicly. I don't mind. Basically, I recorded with Shindig earlier today. I did a rogue guide. I did outlaw. We didn't do outlaw, sorry. We did subtlety and assassination, as well as just kind of state of rogue going into midnight. And I have a few other things lined up. I want to do AF with arson, obviously, but I was wondering if you would be willing to take some time at some point to potentially make a little warlock guide with me. Like a beginner warlock guide. I'll message you on Discord too with the exact details and stuff. But the idea is, I think that would be a lot of fun. And if you're interested in that, maybe we could do something like that. Yeah, for like demo, or I guess it would be demo and destruction, right? Let's go pull this through here. I can play kind of lazy because this is a 15, by the way. You don't have to play perfect in a 15. Big myth. Big myth. Get a shield reset. Nice. Get it in a shield reset. Beautiful. Wasted my righteous fury bulwark stacks there for a second. Well, dwarf. I don't have dwarf. I forgot. I'd rather see tank evoker. Oh, let me think about this for a second. Just bubble now. Would I rather see tank evoker, tank shaman, or a rogue spec that uses ranged weapons? I feel like the rogue spec that uses ranged weapons is kind of lit. I'm not gonna lie. That's like basically like the Vala demon hunter, right? That is kind of cool. I'm not gonna lie. I think that I would really appreciate the rogue spec that uses this though. I have no idea. I got you. I have a format that I now have. I've done a few at this point, so baby, I can totally send you what the format I've been using is. I think it works very well. Yeah, we do no damage. Why am I second damage, by the way? Arson and I are popping off. Everyone else is doing not so much damage. This pull is lasting a little bit long. I'm holding my wings here for a bit. Yeah, I message you on Discord if you want. Time difference is the only hard thing. Also, Smokey, yo, thank you for the Prime sub. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Baby, did you see what I did yesterday on stream, by the way? By any chance, did you get a chance to catch that? Unbelievable. Super cool. I can tell you what he did wrong with his rotation now, by the way, because I know. Did you happen to catch my stream yesterday? Also, hi, Hydronics. Hello, people. Hi. Oh, unbelievable. What do you think you're a feral for maining? Ooh, well, speaking of these DPS guides, I may or may not. Narzan, should we do a... I'm not so sure about that. Do you think we should do a 3K, another tier list today? Another one? I don't know. I feel like it's pushing it. I do feel like at some point we are pushing the boundaries a little bit of how many tier lists we can make. I feel like there's going to be tier list fatigue at some point, no? Don't you feel like at some point we're going to get tier list fatigue? More shields. Get resets on shields. Man, we killed it so fast I didn't get to do my full damage rotation. Well, if enough people want a 3K IO tier list, we can make one today. But I feel like yesterday's tier list was the sort of ultimate end-all, be-all tier list. I don't think there's going to be a lot of room, to be honest, for an additional tier list on top of that one. I feel like, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like we really covered most of what we want to cover. Do I not have Dispel? Is there a Dispel? Oops, okay. Oof, close. What's up, Hover? Yeah, Hover, by the way, if you're learning how to heal Mythic Plus, and let me answer your question in a second too, Hydronics. The idea here, though, by the way, is that it's so important that you remember and kind of learn. You will fail, and that is so okay. Like, as a healer, right, there's only so much you can do. What specs are most fun for me? I know I have a specific playstyle that I like. I have a way that I enjoy the game, though. I reckon Feral will get a buff to single target. I think that Feral is sleeper good right now. I ranked it pretty high yesterday, and people were confused about that ranking, but I swear it's actually not bad. But for Feral, do you know who Cybear is? Yeah, are you familiar with Cybear? If you're a Feral enjoyer, I'm assuming you know who that is. Maybe not, but I'm assuming you might be a familiar. Oop, we killed that again super fast. Just found your stream. For somebody who has never tanked before, what do you think is the best tank? I think that there is a particular build of Guardian Druid, which is by far the best and most friendly beginner tank, Hydronics. There is, but you have to play not the build you find on Wowhead or Icy Veins. There's like a particular Guardian Druid build, which is just really allows you to feel comfortable with tanking. And then once you're comfortable with that build, then from that point, you can make a decision about if you want to play the build that does more damage. But I would highly recommend that you just play kind of a really basic Elun's chosen build. As you're just getting into tanking, you really don't have to work extremely hard with this build. So I would say that is the right choice. This is going to die before I can actually proc this wings, unfortunately. Does that make sense? So there's a build in my Discord. It's basically the macroed Ironfur build, and it is suboptimal in terms of damage, but I really think that it would be very friendly for you to do this, though. Yeah, Pro's pretty good. It's just a 15, though, so I can play crit wing, so I'll do more damage. And higher keys, I have to play Sentinel, for sure. I have tested it before, and I think it's around, like, full gear, it's around maybe like a 17-ish that I'm just going to be forced to be playing Sentinel. So that is kind of sad, though. What's up, Bori Code? Tell you your gym frustration this morning? Okay. You'll have to... I'm going to remind you to tell you... I'm going to remind you right now. Deal? Reasonable? Say your most fun spec or am I oh, no, sorry. Most fun spec for me are... I don't like procs. I don't like any spec that has to respond to procs because I play with higher ping and I'm just kind of lazy. So oftentimes when I'm actually playing a key, I'm not really looking so much at like what my, I'm not tracking things as much as other people might track things. I kind of just want to be able to commit the information to memory and then work like that. That's my preferred way of playing the game. So anything that requires me to respond to a bunch of procs and RNG, I don't like. I would say, therefore, my favorite specs in WoW are slower APM. So I don't like things that are too fast-paced. So high APM specs are normally not for me. That means things like Frost Mage are better than things like Fire Mage, or Arcane Mage is a bit in the middle area. Or for Warlock specs, AF can be a little bit challenging because in single target I might let my dots fall off without practice, or you know what I mean? There's a few ideas of the specs that I really enjoy versus the ones I don't. But yeah, it's a play style difference for me. In terms of tanking, I like things that are predictive instead of reactive, but this covers a wide range of things. And in general, I like range, not melee. Dude, prop pally damage on burst. Holy. They didn't even get a chance. They didn't even have a chance there. What is this? What happened to my DPS? Why am I topping the meters? I don't know if I would ever... Prop pally with Sentinel would be so sad. Like, the whole point of prop pally is that you just do big numbers. This is like the whole point. You get to pad an AoE and just have a grand old time. That's like the actual best part about playing prop pally. I would feel so sad if I have to play Sentinel, though. I do prefer range, yeah. Well, because as a tank, it's like easier. I know how to tank really well. But melee DPS, I tend to lose uptime. Depends. Like, I guess I like things like Unholy. I like being very independent. So personally speaking, I'm a huge fan of things like Unholy, or Frost is a bit too proc RNG, in my opinion. So I would say Unholy would be like a great choice for me as a DPS player. Can't go wrong with Ret. Ret is actually, again, I don't really mind Ret. It's just normally not very good, so, But Hydronics, actually, speaking of Ret, I have contacted one of the best Ret paladins in the world, though. You like DPS more than tank? No, tanking's my home. Like, tanking for me is so chill that I literally never have to think about it. So, like, right now when I'm tanking, I think I'm doing pretty well this key, right? Like, I'm not doing bad, but for me, tanking is very on repeat. I'm basically like 5% of my active attention is actually going toward tanking, right? But the vast majority of my attention is just basically thinking about what I'm going to have for dinner, if I'm going to order ice cream today, the dungeon routes I'm going to make. I think about, like, my brain is at peace when I tank, believe it or not. Whereas when I DPS, I kind of lock in a little bit more because I'm not as used to it. So I think that people kind of misunderstand sometimes, like, familiarity, no matter what the role is going to give you more confidence. So for me personally, right, I am most familiar with tanking, and therefore this is the role that feels the most straightforward to me, if that makes sense. So yeah, this is the one that makes the most sense. Healing is a little bit like that as well, but it depends on the healer. Some healers I have to lock in, some tanks I have to lock in more, it depends. But I prefer a much more chill playstyle, so I don't like tanks that I have to focus a lot. So for example, Playing Templar? No. I'm playing Lightsmith. I think Lightsmith is significantly better than Templar. I don't really see a reason why you would want to play Templar, to be honest. You see Meeks isn't tanking. I did see that. Yeah. Good for him. I hope he enjoys it. It's a nice break sometimes. Like, you know, when you tank for a long time, there's a lot of responsibility. So I will say that occasionally it's really fun to... like, it's very fun, you know, to just do this, though. Live? No, I'm dual streaming. Should be live everywhere. All 3 platforms, I believe. You can confirm that, though, Noob, maybe. Am I wrong? Did I do something wrong? Any Resto Druid tips for first pull of Skyreach? Resto Druid. My tank can keep aggro after going cat form. Doesn't use any mitigation. Yeah, you should find any tank. Really? Oh, let me check. I'll check it after. Any confirmation if... We don't know, Mr. Sir Vix. We don't actually know. Oops, I was too lazy. I got my work. Go. Nice. Yeah, I have no idea. We simply do not know. They have not confirmed. They haven't fixed bugs or anything like that. You know what I mean? I might have forgotten to click the button, but that's okay. I can't. It's like very hard for me to focus on all 3 anyways. What's up, Mr. Anton? Good name. Strong name. I literally chain every defensive I have. So basically, honestly, kind of, yeah. Like, if your tank can't keep aggro on the first pull of Skyreach, then most likely he's fundamentally misunderstanding something about it. Whoops, that is not the right button. So, yeah, he's probably misunderstanding something, because the first pull of Skyreach, you should not be stealing threat, even if you are in cat form. I would say that the only caveat to this is that make sure you're not hitting things early. Like, you do have to give your time... Excuse me? Wait, did we... Oh, I thought we missed the phase for a second. Oh, I overlapped defensives. My bad. But the idea is you do have to give your time tank to gather. So do make sure that you're not hitting things early. Especially on, like, first pull Skyreach, there's a lot for your tank to do. So it's not too bad. I made a guide for how to tank Skyreach. And the first pull, though, your tank should not really be losing threat now. It would be weird if your tank was losing, like, a ton of threat. There should be no threat problems on that. I totally overlapped here, so I'm just going to watch my own health here for a second. And then I'll have cheat death on the next one. I could probably bubble sack as well on one more. Whoops. There's only going to be one more overlap. Let's see who will need my bubble sack. Let's do it right now. Bubble, boom. DPS can get by watching your tank and healer guys. It'll suffice. What do you mean, King? You mean DPS will learn, like... how to the dungeons and stuff. I have specific plans. It's kind of something I want to go over in my channel update video. Yeah, 100% King. So depends how much you want to study, because like my dungeon, my tank and healer guides are going to be long and very detailed, right? So yeah. Prop Pally has a faux cheat death. It's not a proper cheat death, but it's like a kind of cheat death. It's called Gift of the Golden Valkyrie. So you kind of have it though. Yeah. Yep, so we're going to go left here. Boop, no hesitation. Nice. Yeah, so I will have, like, a whole bunch of stuff shortly. And I'll have resources. But the DPS resources won't be live until much later, closer to the season. But just know that over the next month, give or take, my goal is to have as many resources that will help the community as physically and humanly possible. So I have, like, huge, big plans for everything. Some of it is going to be awesome tank resources. Some of it is going to be awesome healer resources. Some of it is going to be extremely cool DPS resources. Like, I have a lot of really cool ideas. But the main thing to know about them are just that it will take me some time to make, simply because I have a real job and a real life, unfortunately. And I want to put a lot of work into them. So they're just going to be a bit delayed in terms of, like, I wanted to have all 8 of the tank ones done, but I only have 5 right now. And each one takes me about at least an hour to make. So, yeah, I'll have those resources on the channel. Made a guide on how you think about keybinds. Would be interesting. I have a unique setup for my UI, Silent. I think that a lot of WoW players would be like... I have gotten a lot of comments of, like, how I play the game is super, super weird, right? Yeah. So I wouldn't necessarily copy mine. Apparently, I am just a little bit of a unicorn with how I like my game setup. I'm not sure exactly why. It works for me, but many people have told me that I do things weird. But it doesn't like I click like half my abilities. I keyboard turn. I don't strafe. Strafing is the big one. I think I should learn how to strafe, but I just haven't ever really needed to. Like I have a unique UI. Let's put it that way. And I think a lot of people are quite. I think that there's a thought process in the WoW community of like, yo, you have to have everything set up perfectly. And otherwise, you're going to do like negative damage and you're going to be a terrible player. Like if you do things your way, then you're really trolling. And it's like, I don't believe in that. Just like fundamentally, I think that there's so much variety in this game. And you should always do things the way that makes most sense for you. Like that is the end all be all of World of Warcraft, in my opinion. I think that it is so important to realize that you should find what works for you, if that makes sense. Like that, there's no other parts of this that matter. Okay, I'm probably not going to die on this pull, but this is a tough pull. So let me just lock in for like 2 seconds because I'm going to go here, I'm going to go there, get more shield resets. As long as I get more shield resets, I'm not going to get globaled, probably. I stopped that because I'm a prot pally. This is only possible, by the way, because I am a prot pally. After Ardent, I just chained bubble. Almost getting globaled. Whoops, I missed that one kick. I really need a mouse over shield macro. This will temper myself back up on the next global. And then I will kings, and then I will be fine. And then I will kite out after. Don't have Hodge for that. Good mortal coil. Nice. Okay, and then we're just going to kite now. Perfect. Is Pally less squishy than last year? Actually, no, it's more squishy, technically speaking. It is significant. Oh, you see that sack? That was a good sacrifice, huh? That was good. Oh, that's prop Pally in a nutshell. He would have died super. He would have been super, super dead right now. Oh, that was awesome, by the way. That was awesome. That was a great save. That was an extremely good sacrifice because I saw that the cast and I was like, oh, healer's about to die. And I got him. That surge would have ended his life. Beautiful. Nice. That was beautiful. That was really good. Prop Pally is not squishy necessarily, but I do think it's kind of skill capped. Like if you don't understand how to play it or like what your resources are and like how you are tanky, I think that it can really struggle in terms of like, I don't have full defensive coverage anymore. So now I really need to make a much better plan than I had to before. So if you just don't have coverage, and the reason is because you don't have CDR on your major abilities anymore. So you can actually plan as a prop pally, but what's going to happen in the higher key levels is going to be what you're going to see at the very least in the higher key levels is that prop pallies will pre-plan their defensives much more than at lower key levels. Does that make sense? Wings will be fine. And then one toll here. I was a second off with the toll. So you're going to have to actually just plan for it, though. That's all. Whoops. All right, let me sacrifice one person here. Probably my Warlock. Oh, he has good defensives. Perfect. And then I will just lay on hands that, and boom, nobody dies. I think that prop pally utility still will make keys feel really good, even if you have to play Sentinel. There's just so much that a prop pally can do. It's just that most prop pallies don't know how to use their utility, so it doesn't actually end up translating in practice, because in practice, most prop pallies are just like trying to live, and so if you don't actually use your utility, then technically speaking, it would be better if you played a different tank. But I don't really inherently think that that is true, if that makes sense. Like prop pally will make keys feel really safe. Let's hold the bulwark for a second. Yeah, most are, well, it's just most tanks when they're tanking are not thinking, yo, like what can I do to support my team and how can I, you know, what are all the different ways that I can off heal at that exact moment? Because as a tank player, you're not thinking from a healer perspective, you're thinking from a tank perspective. But because I also heal, I think from both perspectives, which gives me kind of a unique advantage as a tank of like, hey, I know if I was healing, this is exactly what I would do right now. Like I would want to hold my external here. As a Mistweaver, I'm thinking, great, I got this mechanic, so I'm going to want to try to greed that last Ancient Teachings. That was a Shaylin's right there. And then he's going to be Mana-Teeing to get his Shaylin's back for the next one. It's like, because I can think from both perspectives, it allows me to make those split-second decisions that actually help the routes and the team. And it's like, does that make sense? Like it's quite impactful. Like here, for example, I can tell If anyone here is going to need an external, it's him. But he was fine because he had a good plan. But that's where he would need it, just in case he messed up. He didn't mess up, so he was fine. But that's where I would send my sack. The best prot paladins are actually people who have healed before. Those are the best. If you're like really want to be an excellent prot pally, then you want to have that sort of thought process, you know? I have an extensive knowledge of the mobs. It's just because I beta test for 3 months, and then when you're beta testing, there's no pressure. It's one of my favorite reasons why I like Beta King is just because there's really no pressure for me to play perfect. Like I get the chance to learn, and then it's like, oh, hey, like we died. Why did we die? And it's like, well, let's learn. Like, no problem. I got this. And then I can do that, though, you know? Is Drogo? Correct. Drogo is an amazing prop pally. I'm in his Discord, and oftentimes I pay attention to what he says. I think he's a very smart WoW player, and so I'm actively in his Discord, kind of always watching if he recommends something or something. I think I always take those recommendations very seriously. There are some like top level WoW players that are just not very good at multi-classing, but in general, there are also those who are amazing at multi-classing, right? But I do think it's always important to clarify like what key level is for what. Yeah, like certain key levels operate differently, and sometimes people like Drogo or whoever can get sort of like high key brained, where it's like, oh, that piece of advice is excellent if you were doing that key level, but see, like you can almost get global on Pally. So you just have to be careful though. We get burned out. No, I love beta testing. What add-on showing down here? It's the one. I have like 3 add-ons on beta right now, and those are the only 3 add-ons I'm using. This one down here is called Enhanced QOL, and that's the only one I'm using. So it's like it just has a whole list of functions, and you can use it. It's very easy. You can choose what you want out of it. I'm just using it for action tracking. So I'll show you in a second, though. Yo, yeah, no tier listing today, Nacho. Today we're going to be just playing the game a little bit. And then on top of playing the game, I will be working on some routes. I think that the routes will really help people, especially because when you go in week 1, especially if you've been watching beta, you're going to have this weird thought process of like, here, let me just external this right now. You're going to be pressured maybe into doing like higher key routes, and I just don't know. I don't recommend that. I think it's a bad idea, though. I think you should totally chill and just do like safer routes. But if you've been watching beta, you'll be like, oh, like a Wu did this crazy big pull, and it's like, yeah, but that doesn't mean you should do it in your first weekly 10. Like when people are learning, that would be a very bad idea. However, you might think that it's a good idea, so you have to be careful though. You play on live, only see the problem with live is that I will only play the characters that I gear, right? So since I won't have everything geared, then probably just I'll start with Druid, and then each week I'll have at least 1 vault slot on several characters. I'm just not sure exactly what those characters will be yet, and like what the priority will be for me. I know Druid's first, and then after Druid, good question about what I would play next. I am a little uncertain about that. You know? Yeah, exactly. So, Rusi, that's a big no-no, is thinking that you should do those very, very, very high-key, like, type push routes. When I make the dungeon guide videos, by the way, the first few are out on Patreon or for YouTube members. There's, like, early access stuff, but I will eventually have these full dungeon guides, and it's like, oh, don't zug. Zug bad. Don't do it. It's a really, 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 really bad idea to try and do that because people are learning. So a lot of these routes depend on your team actually knowing the mechanic and helping you. However, you know, it's not a good metric. Yeah, it's a really, really bad metric. So we're just going to do this here. Perfect. Sacrifice and then lay on hands if I need to. What is Zug? Zug is the general name that WoW players use for when people get DPS brained hover. Like your DPS who are standing in the fire, that's a Zug moment. It basically just means it's like the old orc horde, like kind of basic mentality. It's like, oh, this person isn't really thinking too much. They are just Zugging, you know? It's big Zug energy. Big Zug energy. Does that make sense? Yeah. That's what it is, basically. Okay, I'm going to go over here. Perfect. I drop that puddle, and then I'm over like this. Yeah. Or it's standard mode. Yeah, like some people just play like that all the time, but that's what Zug Zug means. So yeah, no 8-hour tier list today. Some people were asking if I would make a like 3K IO guide. I think that could be interesting. Perhaps that's something we could do today, like a 3K IO tier list, and kind of go over and explain what would be good there. And we kind of touched on it yesterday, but you were here for the whole tier list yesterday. What'd you think? I don't have long to hang in chat, but I wanted to let you know that your guides have been insanely helpful. Thanks for making them. Thank you very much for stopping by and letting me know. This is my first season, Raisin Brand, that I have the opportunity to do this for the community. So I'm hoping that I can give as many resources as possible. And if you think the previous guides are cool, wait till you see the next few, because I have some really cool stuff planned. If you haven't seen my dungeon guides yet, I've been working on them a lot in the background. They're like long videos, so they take a long time. And I don't do them on stream, so they're like off stream activities. But the problem is that I'm kind of busy nowadays, like super busy. I feel like I'm always just like, man, like I'm so busy like all the time. And in particular, I have, work. And so like last night I did the long stream. I had work in the morning. And then right after the tier list, I basically was like late to work for 5 minutes. So I had a call, and then I had another call, and then I had another call. And then I had to, after that, it was like 11:30 p.m. And I was like, okay, I got this. So I went to go edit the video. And then I only finished everything around like midnight, like 12:15. And then I also had work this morning. So it can be like I didn't have any time to do a dungeon guide yesterday. I will try to get some more done tonight. But basically, just so you know, for tanks and healers, I am going to try to make, basically my goal is the best guides that you could have. That's the goal. We'll see how I accomplish them. But the idea is like literally this will be the best guide that you could possibly watch. If you're going to spend an hour learning one of the dungeons, this is the guide to watch. It will teach you everything you need to know. And so that is the idea. I have 5 of them made already. I got 3 more to make from a tank perspective, and then I'll make them from a healer perspective. Yeah, that's cool. Playing for a month and picked up tanking right away. Nice. Awesome. I'm glad they help. Hopefully, like I said, they continue to help. Nice, G's. All right, Shin, I think, wants to come for the next one. That'd be fun. Because our tier list is for pushing title, and we're not all super high end players. You think we should make another tier list today? You don't think there's tier list fatigue? Hi, Exile. These 15s look a lot harder than live. A little bit. We're tuned pretty high, but I would say that they are, give or take right now, they're a little harder. Yeah. Not too bad, though. Prop Pally feels fine. 91k. I should have done a lot more damage. I think like 100k is better. Let's see. I got a stream friend coming. Sorry to replace. Nice. We have Shin coming though. I wonder if survival will still end up being really good. But yeah, so I really have a cool stuff, man. All right, Shin I think wants to come. Let's do a key with him. What is he gonna play? Is he gonna? All right, show us the power of Rogue. I can ask him if he wants to collab too. This is the guy who I did the Rogue guide with. This is the one who I made with. All right. Yo, Shin. Collab. Where are the people from your M+ group? So we have random. The Hunter was in the group. And then how are they on your time schedule? Well, Arson's up late. I guess they're all degenerates, kind of. So like Deco, he doesn't sleep apparently. He sleeps like 3 hours a night, so he says. Which is very bad, and he should totally sleep more, but it is what it is. It's good, because that means he can play with me on our time schedule, yes. And then Arson, I don't know, he's just up late. He starts stream. He streams for like 8 hours and stuff, though. Still sticking with your Guardian Druid? Yeah, Guardian Druid will be my first character. But I wonder what I'm going to do next. I want to probably try to get all 6 tanks leveled, but oof. I don't know if I'm going to get all... It depends. Hey, by the way, does anybody want to level with me? The first character is probably not going to level, right? Oh, yeah, I forgot to click green. That's fair. There you go. Thank you, noob. So the first character... let me just ask him. I'm not off at work. So anyways, the first character will be my Druid, and then from that, though. Not at the moment, sorry. I think we have Shin in here today. Not at the moment. What key we want to do? I guess I could play Sentinel and just do that as an option, though. What key we want to do? Preferences? Next. Can I level with you for real on NA? So we'll have 2 days of leveling. We'll have, the first one will be the campaign. And I'll probably just do the campaign on my own because I don't want to have to wait for people. So the campaign will be on my druid, right? But then past that point, we will just level through dungeons. Like I'll dungeon spam after that, and then we can play with people. Like that would be fine if we want to play with people from that point. So yeah, if you are looking to level multiple characters, I think after a few days I'll probably be online and happy to dungeon spam with people. You're going to main your Windwalker Monk. Ooh, Alt Frost Mage for Midnight. Solid, very solid. I hope that they look at Windwalker Monk, actually. I think it's a very fun spec, and I want to enjoy it, you know? I want it to be good. I think that Monk deserves its time, though. Sure. Maybe let me play Guardian. So what tank should we play? Should we stick with Prop Pally, and should I play Sentinel and just see how it feels? What tank should we play? I'm tanking today, so I don't really mind. Definitely done those at least. Blood DK, Skyreach. Well, we're not doing Skyreach. Guardian or Blood DK. Any other thought processes for what tank we should play? We could play whatever. Prop Pally. Jared says Prop Pally. We have 1 vote for each right now. All right, tiebreaker. The next one, anybody says no, not Brew. I don't want to play Brew because we have a Windwalker. We have a Monk already. So, Blood DK, Pally. We have 2 Paladins. I mean, so the option is try Sentinel. All right, we could try Sentinel. Prop Pally, why not? Blood DK, Blood DK. Go Blood. I mean, we could. Blood is pretty simple right now. Like, you can't... It should be pretty immortal, but you do have to watch Snapthread a little bit, though. What was the question? What tank to play, though? Yo, what's up, Lorax? I found it interesting. Yo, I still don't know what tank to play. It's a preference thing. You know what? Honestly, when it comes to... All right, we'll play Pally. We'll play Pally. There was no consensus there. We'll just play Sentinel. I want to try Sentinel and see what actually happens. So, we all need to know about the 3K. How Blood DK is. And Blood DK is one of the best 3K. I already made the tank for 3K. I already made that. Tiny, there's a video I made about the specific best tanks for 3K IO, and I think Blood DK is very good for that, though. What's up, Cocktail Taxpayer? I recognize your name from yesterday. And the reason I recognize your name from yesterday is because you have a very unique name. I don't think anyone else has your name. Pally tank to me is the most fun. I like Pally. Like, Paladin is just a good tank. We'll go Magisters. Oh, we go Magisters here, and then we'll do this. Harder key. I think it's going to be the hardest key for Pugs in particular. Also the first dungeon guide that I made. I'll main your Blood DK because usually I'm a healer, and Blood DK is the best healer for Mythic Plus. It certainly is if you look at HPS, isn't it? If you're looking at HPS, it's absolutely true. Good point, good point. Hey, Wise. Hello, hello. I'm glad you guys enjoyed the tier list for what it is worth. The tier list yesterday, it ran a little longer than I had originally anticipated, I will say. It was a little long, but overall, I had a very good time doing it. It was about 3 hours more than anticipated. It was a little long. It was a little long, but honestly, I hope that it helps people because WoW is just incredibly misunderstood. Oh, I don't even have an armor kit on. I'm playing with Intellect Enchants. Wait, do I have one in my bags? Oh, because I was playing Holy, right? So I have Intellect gear on. Wait, these are Strength. Okay. You got your weapon buff on? Yeah, but I apparently just have the healing weapon enchant too. This is the wrong enchant. Oh, well. It's okay. I don't need the right one. That's fine. That's why I'm doing a little less damage. I'm missing a leg enchant and this. That's okay. What's the idea to level your few characters? As many, I'm going to speed level as fast as possible. I don't know if beta will be up or not. I have no idea, actually. I genuinely have no clue whether beta will or will not be up. I don't know. Actually, it's a good question, though. Very good question. Cheers video, and I laughed at the Windwalker Monk. Of course they can. Yeah. Tier list is really good, but anyways, I only ever play what I enjoy. You should. That's the best way to play World of Warcraft. Tuning will change a lot, right? So like you're almost trolling yourself more than anything if you decide to only play. What do I have here? I want Unbound Freedom for this dungeon. I feel like Blinding is not bad. We don't have to play Afro Image. It's a weird talent. We could just play like this for now. How many classes you plan to level? As many as possible. We will literally level as many as possible. That's it. That's all I know. So however many, like just literally as many as humanly possible. That's it. So to clarify, if I can get 10, I'll get 10. If I can get, like, it doesn't matter to me. It's just as many as possible. But yeah, so basically first character is slow because it goes through the campaign, and then the rest we just dungeon spam. I will hopefully keep me company because I'll get a little bored. I will definitely take more days off stream when leveling is occurring, but I will happily level with people if anyone wants to do these dungeons together, happily. Yo, the Lorax just subscribed. Thank you for the sub. You also have a good name. I like happy movies. So yeah, the idea is to speed level. I'm not the biggest fan of leveling. Like, it's just not really my thing, to be honest with you. A lot of people, it's one of their favorite ways to enjoy World of Warcraft, but I personally am just not really a leveling enjoyer. It's not really my thing. And just some people, like I said, some people love it. That's power to them. I do not. Not a huge fan of this leveling business, but we have to do it. So I will play as many characters as possible, though. Yeah, I guess like the best way to do it right is to have like a second monitor in the background. But the problem with having a second monitor for me is, well, I'll be streaming. So basically stream will just keep me company. Normally the campaign will definitely be max level. Yo, Sentinel feels so bad. What the hell? I normally do like 250k here. That's it? That's not good. Sentinel is really bad. What the hell? Well, I guess my Shaman Hell Descendants. Most likely the answer is yes. So we're going to do exactly what I mentioned in the guide video, where I'm running against this wall, and this way I will not lose threat. This is the easiest way to gather this, because now I will not only be immortal, but I will have no problems with threat. So we can hodge that one, and then we can kick all the rest, because I'm a prop pally. So that Divine Toll will go off there. That one I kick there. And then here we go back to this target because we get one more Resonance proc. We'll go back to that target. And then we'll kick this. And then we'll kick that. And then we'll kick this. I don't know. I will say that Sentinel automatically feels kind of immortal. Like, my damage might be a little low, but I do feel extremely tanky with Sentinel. So that's pretty good, though. Remember a time when I used to raid with your wife? Best classes for certain bosses? Yeah. But I also think that's probably one of the coolest things about WoW is that there are so many different specs and options for things that you can pick and choose. Like, I was talking to Shin that Rogue is always in its best state when you have those options, right? So we're going to sack this, and then I'm not going to die. Lay on hands that one. This is a tough pull if you pull all of these. I believe in my healer. We just got to get to the pull. But yeah, I like the fact that there are different playstyles. And also, if you're playing with an Elishami fun tech here, please beware of the fact that your Elishami will cover the ground with their Earthquake, and it's very difficult to see what's going on. So yeah, just beware of that. If you play with an Elishami in this dungeon, that Flame Strike is really hard to see. What's up, really? Healer, I think he was getting the Tome to min-max in between that last ignition. This pull is extremely hard, though. HPS-wise, there's like so much to do, and it's very complicated. So very technical pull. Very good, though. Nice. So we'll freedom for a little movement speed. I'll horse here. And then I want to not... I don't want to send anything. I don't want to send the shield. Oh, I DC'd. Uh-oh. Big DC. Big lag spike. Holy lag spike. Uh-oh. That's not good. I'm going to bubble. I can't see anything. I can't see anything, actually. All right, we pulled this corner pack because I got completely DC'd. That's okay. We will adjust the route. I will sack this. All good, all good, all good. We're fine. No problem. We will be okay. That was a little panic there. A little panic, though. And then from here, we're just going to hit Ardent Defender, and then we're all good. Yeah. You don't want that corner pack, but that's okay. I had a complete lag spike. So yeah, in terms of what I'm going to level first, ultimately, definitely Druid. Druid is like my favorite thing to actually level, right? And then after the Druid, I'm not sure. That guy does a stacking debuff, by the way, so if you stun him like that, then you can basically just get rid of it. Yeah. So let's finish this guy off. I don't want to chain too much here. After that, though, we dungeon spam. And I think that I'll probably choose Death Knight as one of the first specs that I play. There will be one more knockback, so no chain here, though. Demon Hunter or Mage? Devour, Demon Hunter will almost certainly be meta. So if you're going to want to play something, I think Devour is a good choice. But you will have to compete against other Devour or Demon Hunter. So technically speaking, it is your choice about whether or not you significantly actually want to play this. Because just know that you will be in competition with everyone else. How many things should be kicked as a tank? What do you mean? Like, how, like, is it your responsibility as a tank to kick literally everything in the dungeon? Technically, no. But a good tank player will certainly carry them, either with their CC or I, as a prop pally, will literally get every kick. Like, that's okay with me. Because I'm a prop pally. Like, so if I'm playing prop pally, then yeah, I will get literally every kick in the dungeon. Like, however many kicks there are, that's how many I'm getting, kind of. That's my philosophy on a prop pally. It's the best reason to play this tank. But it depends. There's no, like, general rule of, like, oh, the tank definitely has to do all the CC. That ended when double sigils stopped being a thing. You're definitely going to be... Yeah, it's a great time to make gold, but honestly, I'll just be speeding through all content. So for me personally, I will be specifically wanting to just actually game as hard as I can. Like, I just want to level as many characters as humanly possible. So it's important to me that I won't spend a lot of time making gold or anything. By the way, you can just keep the boss here. As long as your melee can still hit, like, as long as they're close enough. But otherwise, I just like to do this. I just like to kind of stay around this area. You can, like, pool the puddles a little bit better, too. Okay, so we're going to go back, and then I'm going to drag the boss out. Ooh, a little bit off. I messed up. I tried to greet it. My bad. So if there's an orb from back there, we'll be in trouble, but otherwise I think he's too close to the wall for that, so all good. I'll get the ones over here. That's my job. Watch out. I got this one. Nice. I got this one. And then you Sentinel, and you're okay. Nice. Not sure what to play Prot Warrior and Blood DK. I think that one thing that people forget right now is certainly you have time to level multiple characters. So like if you really want to play 2 characters and you're not sure, like you could totally do both. Like you actually have the full potential to just do both characters. You don't have to play only one. But if you only have time for one character and you basically want to choose your main and you want to make sure that you're like, 100%, like you want to make sure that you're going to be meta, then that makes more sense. At least read what Blizzard says about the tuning that is coming. Yeah, that's going to be interesting. I'm not sure how I feel about the fact that Blizzard isn't tuning until much further. Like, I think that's actually bad. They should have tuned this week because people will make, like, decisions about what to play based on the current meta, but the meta is going to change. Also, don't look at my damage this run. Sentinel is certainly, like, way tankier, but I don't know how I feel about it, really. So, I don't know, because people really do make decisions these days with World of Warcraft. Like, you know what I mean? Like, people really do that. And I think that it's strange. Do I hold Sentinel now? Probably. I don't know. It's probably a bad hold, but you just need something here. You can actually get one shot by this on a 15, which is kind of crazy on a prop pally, to be honest with you. But you can die to this on a 15. But maybe holding Sentinel was a bad idea. Flavor of the month? Well, the thing is, when people fought him reroll, though, because of the meta, they do so based on current tuning. Okay, I really just want to bulwark this at the last second. Careful. Close. What's the first class you're going to level? Always Druid for me. Druid's my first spec. And then from that point, I should not have held Wings, by the way. Wings would have been back up. So... Okay, so watch aggro here, because your DPS will rip from you. So just beware, beware. Don't actually hit things yet. I haven't properly tagged. And then we'll just toll early, and then we'll go like this, and we'll go here. Nice. But, yeah, so I think that for me, leveling is the time to chill. Like a lot of people are going to be hyped that midnight is coming, right? Like people are going to be like, yo, like midnight hype, like this is the best time to take off work and stuff. But actually, it's the opposite. This is the worst time to take off work. What you actually want to do, okay, is you want to take off work on the 24th because that's when you can degen grind content. Like that's when you actually want to do it because otherwise you're not going to get the full value of your time off. So yeah, you want to not when the raid is coming because you're still capped on that week. You actually want to take off work when Mythic Plus opens because that's the time to grind, if that makes sense. So the best time to actually take off work is going to be the 24th, the week of the 24th. Like that, that's where you really want to go. Please don't get global. Please don't get global. I'm getting back to Sentinel in like 3, 2, 1. Nice. So yeah. That's the best time actually. People kind of misunderstand this, I think, all the time, and they're like, "Yo, it's like super hype, right?" But it is hype. But yeah. You have to be a little careful about that. What's happening with sub is actually this. Well, first of all, we're playing with one of the best subtlety rogues that has graced the earth. This is Shindig. So Cyril, that's like the first thing. Second thing about subtlety rogue is that actually I just made a guide with him. He taught me how to play it, and I was like, "Oh, that's not too bad." So yeah, laughs and unemployed. I mean, it's a good time to. If you ever weren't going to be unemployed, wow, an expansion launch for World of Warcraft is definitely a pretty good time to be unemployed. Hey, Tattoo. So actually, if you are interested in playing Subtlety Rogue, I just made a guide with Shin. It's exciting. He taught me how to play it, and I was like, oh, this doesn't seem that bad at all, to be honest with you. Like, this seems great. I can totally play this. I thought for a second that I wasn't going to be able to, but I was wrong. I normally don't mesh with Rogue that well. But actually, it made sense to me. He was able to teach me the spec fundamentals, and I was like, okay. Like, I could totally do that. Like, 100%, actually. So, if you've ever been interested in trying Subtlety, I feel like this is a good time. It's much simpler than it used to be. So, I'm going to sack my Shaman there, because he'll need it. Yo, what's that, Belosh? Favorite healers to run with? I like Mistweaver, actually, as a tank. You never really heard that before, because traditionally Mistweaver is, like, very difficult as a tank. Like, they don't have a good external for you, etc. But right now, I would say that Mistweaver actually feels pretty good to run with for tank healing. What's up, cheers? Hey, Brillix. So we'll work on routes after my friends log off. For now, we'll be playing this. Yeah, I like Mistweaver right now, actually. Reslow Druid obviously makes me feel very safe. That's, like, the best healer on beta, so that's a pretty easy option. Reslow Druid is like the most powerful healer, but if that gets nerfed, I think Mistweaver is sleeper good right now. Sub Rogue was my first rogue spec back in the day. So I learned Subtlety Rogue and I learned Assassination earlier today. And learning from Shin. I mean, Shin is on a track. I don't know if you guys know him, but I feel like he'll end up in Liquid at some point, maybe, if they ever need a rogue player or something else. I mean, he competes in the MDI. I don't know if he's going to compete next season, but he's a great gamer. Brewmaster plus Reslow Druid feels very good. It does, indeed. Correct. How did you change the look of your steed horse to a bull? This is beta, so I have done nothing. I have no idea. The answer, honestly, is I have no clue. That's a good question. Good question. I think he is now, yeah, but I think that he's going to be like... Yeah. Okay. Here, I can just sack this. I can off-heal for a second. We're good. Everybody in. Nice. Favorite dungeon in beta? Windrunner Spire, probably. That's fine. I think Windrunner Spire is my favorite dungeon in beta. I think that dungeon is really good. It's linear, but it's got decision-making. It's got flexibility. I like Windrunner Spire. I think that's got to be my favorite. I think that there are some problems. Like, this dungeon is interesting where it's kind of grown on me. Originally in beta, this was like the worst dungeon by far. Like, actually just a fucking tragedy of a dungeon. I still think that this is very anti-pug friendly, this place. However, will missed interrupts kill me the most? Maybe this dungeon, actually. Maybe this one. Probably. Yeah, maybe like Magister's Terrace, probably. Yep, you go. Go. Fine. I'll go first. Because there's some fears in this place, but most dungeons don't have fears right now. So I would say just any dungeon with fear, right, will miss kicks. That's where it really gets you. There's an area, but there's a way to do some funky pulls here. Like, I think that the tank will determine whether or not Magister's Terrace is fun, because the way that most tanks are going to route this is going to be not that enjoyable, to be honest with you. Like, they're going to be, there's like slower pulls, safer pulls, because this dungeon is very deadly. So I would recommend it weekly keys. Like, you're not supposed to be playing this dungeon that aggressively. However, it's way more fun when you actually play it aggressively. So if you were ever going, like, the way to make this dungeon fun is to play it extremely aggressive. He does a... Okay, so I can go in here and clear them early. Yeah. So the idea here, though. Yes, so this is only one circle now, which is a good change to this boss. This boss alternates. I think this dungeon is just hard. Like, it's not actually that pug anti-unfriendly necessarily if your tank is good and your healer is good, but it just is going to be, I think the last boss in particular is like maybe one of the worst pug bosses ever designed, because any dungeon that basically forces you into a situation where your tank, where any single DPS can wipe you if they miss a mechanic, is bad. You know what I mean by that? So it places the burden of responsibility on your DPS instead of on you, the tank or the healer. And normally speaking, DPS are kind of just there to zug, right? So I think that's kind of toxic design, actually, if that ever happens like that. Okay, here we go. You guys wait on platform sec. I pull back. Here we go. I'm on the way. So this is tank tech I'm doing here. I would not recommend you do this in your weekly keys. In fact, please don't do this in your weekly keys. This is a higher key strategy. You do not have to do this whatsoever. They're going to activate an RP, and when that happens, I'm going to go like this. We need more responsibility on the DPS. Well, the problem is, Caesar, right now, when DPS fail mechanics, the game is still kind of designed so that the person who suffers is your healer, not your DPS. Like, if a DPS gets hit by a swirly or they miss a kick, they don't really understand what happens, but your healer is now responsible. Like, oftentimes, like in a +5 or a +10, if DPS fail a mechanic, like, they just yell at the healer. Like, that's kind of how the game is structured. I think that they could fundamentally change that, by the way. They could make it so that your DPS get damage down effects or whatever else. They just go healer, yeah. So RP has started. This guy's going to spawn in like 2 seconds, and then they're going to wait back there, and we do a big pull. This guy takes... All right, where is he, man? Come on. Where are you? Is it bugged? Did they finish the RP? Bro, where is it? Where are you? Hello? Where? Did they change this dungeon? Where the hell is the thing? Walk closer to it. What do you mean? I'm already here. This is as close as I can get. Wait, where is the enemy? Did they change this? What do you mean? Where is he? There's a big Void Lord dude that's supposed to be here. Interesting. No, there's one guy. You pull him back. What does this mean? What does this mean? Did they change the positioning of this dude, or like what happened, man? No. There's a big Void Walker. He's supposed to spawn right here. What the hell? Where is he? Where'd he go? Whoa. What is this? Why isn't he spawning? This is the weirdest. Oh, there he is. Why did that take so long? Dude, that was so weird. I have no idea what that was. You're supposed to pull this Void Walker. That was super confusing. I have no idea why that just happened, actually. I would need to figure that out in the future. He just was on a coffee break. He was like, oh, sorry, I didn't realize it was my queue. Weirdest thing. You saw him, right? He's supposed to spawn there, but he doesn't spawn. It's much better to pull him in this. You just pull him in this like this, and then he comes in, and it's like significantly easier to do all of this at once, because he'll spawn the first one there. Yeah, I have no idea why that happened, actually. I'm not going to lie. Yeah, he didn't realize. I think he was expecting some regular Pug 15 route, but if you just pull him with this, I have zero clue why he didn't spawn. I actually have no idea why that happened. But yes, he's very easy to pull in this, and then you save a pull. Was I in the wrong spot? Was I too far ahead, maybe? I don't know. I haven't ever had that problem. Well, you learn something new every day. You could just bubble this now. I actually have no clue why he didn't spawn. Oh, well. So you see how that guy just flashed orange? That's my Platinator telling me I've lost threat. That's the only indicator. So there is a way to tell, basically, if you lose threat, if you just save shield. So see how the mobs are here? That's how you know. It's very obvious with the Platinator profile if you do that though. Can anybody, by the way, if there's a mod in here, can you just link like UI and Platinator linked in Discord and just pin that to stream? It'd be cool though. I'm doing all my keys. Yeah, you can. It's very easy, but I don't know why he didn't spawn. I don't know why he took 5 extra minutes to spawn. It's this guy here. It's this guy. Easy pull. It saves a pull in the dungeon when you go ahead and you do that. I just have no idea why it took extra long to spawn. Because then you just pull this, and then this is like a way to do this kind of safely. And then there's going to be a bunch of fear kicks here. So technically speaking, if you were very coordinated, like I'll get all these kicks, right? So it's no problem. Because I can just toll, and then I can literally get every single one of these interrupts. So I could pull this into the next thing, but I won't do that. I think it's kind of toxic tanking. You just fight this here. And then you go do 2 pulls in this next area. You will double time this dungeon if you do it like this. Yeah, just to go nice and safe, basically. Nice and safe. So then all these fears are going to cast. I'm a prop pally, so I go 1, then 2. I love prop pally. It's actually going to be... It's sad for me whenever I play my prop pally a bunch, and then I go over to my guardian druid. I'm just kind of like, man... I really like this whole prop pally business. I'm not going to lie. You know, the prop pally feels... just unbelievably good when it comes to just controlling the dungeon, the kicks. Like I have as much, actually my druid has significant off healing now, so that's pretty nice. I like the fact that my druid does have meaningful off healing. I also wish that I had an Avenger shield mouse over macro. Somebody asked for that in my Discord. Remind me to link it after. I just don't have it on beta right now. Yeah, and then you're just gonna toll in like 3, 2, 1 to get this next 2 kicks. Boom. And you just hold the toll for a second. And then you can literally just get like every kick. That's why prop alley is so good though. Looks a little better. No, my damage is, I mean, I'm playing Sentinel, so without Sentinel, I'd be doing like 110, 120k. With Sentinel, I bet you it's going to be like 80 or something. It's not bad. It's doable. But you have to play Sentinel from what it's worth though. Yeah. Like, I think that Sentinel is just mandatory for keys right now. You're going to end up having to play it. So, honestly, testing with wings is almost, like, counterproductive because you're not really testing at that point. Like, straight up, like, you're actually just straight up not really testing prop pally because I'll do big numbers, but actually speaking, it won't really be applicable because that's not what you're going to end up playing. The way that prop pally is currently tuned, I think that Sentinel is a must. But again, you make keys feel super safe. Like I can get that kick, I can get this one here, I get all these kicks. They're all mine. So to put this in perspective, by the way, here, look at the overall interrupts for this dungeon right now. That's what prop pally does. The people will say like, oh, prop pally is tuned kind of poorly, but this is why this is literally the best pug tank. You see this? This is overall at this point in the dungeon. We're not even finished. You literally can get every kick. Like this is why you play prop alley, by the way. Yeah. And my druid can't do that. Like, am I planning on going to title? Title for me is only ever even worth considering if I have a team to play with. If you have to pug title, do yourself a favor and stop. Like, I'm genuinely serious. I think that trying to pug title as somebody who doesn't already have it before, like as in you don't have a friends list who will carry you through keys, or like you're basically newer to WoW and you're like, I want to get title this season. There are tricks to getting up there in IO, and one of them is never using looking for group. Goddamn, it's so toxic. Does title mean? Title is this thing in WoW which is cool, and I like that it exists, but it creates a lot of toxicity, and basically what it is, I desync my toll there, don't judge me soon easy. And basically what it is at the end of a season, the people who are in the top 0.1%, so 0.1%, by the way, you got to hear that, 0.1%, they get a title. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? So at the end of a season, it's a very, very chase goal, right? Right. Now, the problem with it is that this is only available to the 0.1%. But the other big problem with title is that it specifically is not calculated until the season ends, which means that if you are not way ahead of the 0.1%, that means you have to fight for it permanently without end. There is no end to your suffering. because you have to be competing until literally the bitter end. And I just think that that is, bleh. My damage will be low here because I failed at, I don't know why I desynced stuff. I wasn't paying attention. So yeah, it's a pretty small prize. The prize is not the title. The prize is the clout that happens from the title. The problem with this, though, Yoke, is the fact that people will kind of use this as a metric for whether or not you succeeded in your season. And that is the weird thing, because basically it kind of works like this. In the higher key community, if you were 20 point, if you don't get title, basically your mother will never love you, and Spec will never love you as well, and her husband will never love you. Basically, you are a terrible human being. It's just how it is. Like, I don't make the rules. If you don't end up getting title, you are a failure. And at life, yes. And so the problem with it basically is just, yes. And also, it's so competitive and so, you know, people care so much about it. It's toxic because people will literally go out of their way. There's a lot of drama with people buying the title. It becomes a whole point of contention of like, oh, I played the season for 5 months, but then I went on vacation and now all of a sudden I missed, you know, that one nerf that happened or that one buff, and then I missed my title, et cetera, et cetera. And I'm just like, it do be tough out there. And what I think they should do is they need to make more stepping stones for Mythic Plus. This would literally fix the problem in a heartbeat, by the way. It would fix it so fast. The reason title is so problematic, right, is because, right, there's nothing else that exists past 3K. So, for example, you either get 3K, and then after you push for 3K, which is all, like, it's half 13s and half plus 12s, right? And you go, ooh, okay, this is pretty fun. I'd like to go for all 14s or all 15s. And you go, nice, let's do that. All right. Now, here's the toxic part. I missed my shield there, sorry. All right. People who get past 3K IO think that the next reasonable stepping stone is title. This is like there are two fundamentally different games that are being played. 4K and 3K are not really similar whatsoever. There are a whole host of learning things in between 4 and 3K. But the game does not distinguish between those things. That's the thing, right? The game has no differential between 3 and 4K IO. Because if you're a new player to WoW, you look at the achievements and you go, oh, okay, 3K and then title. But if there was a reward for like 3.2K or 3.4K or 3.6 or 3.8, like it would just be so much healthier for the game. Does that make sense? So I think that the reason title becomes toxic is because there's actually no other goal for push keys. And so there's 15% of the population who now really wants this thing. Exactly, Spec. And that's you're exactly right. The problem is that what's happened with WoW and gaming in general is that people start attaching their own personal identity to the game. And so their self-worth gets basically tied into whether or not they get title. And that is problematic, because it's quite difficult to get title, and realistically, you're going to fail at it. So it sets people up for a negative expectation, right? Because you probably won't get it. And if you don't get it, then all of a sudden it's like, again, you have that problem, right? You just feel terrible, like you failed at life because your self-worth is attached to this. And I think that that is no good, right? So people used to occupy, yeah, but it's this, gaming used to be this thing that we all did for fun. By the way, these are overall kicks in the dungeon. So if anybody tells you that prop pally, like this is why you play pally, and the off healing too. Yeah, so pally, man. Granted, I would do more damage on a separate tank. Like if I wasn't playing prop pally, we might even double time this, but it's not comparable, by the way. It's like, it's not even the utility that prop pally. This is why it's so good at carrying. Because even right now, if my team messes up, like I can heal them. Like I have a lot of options to help my team, if that makes sense. But yeah, you have to be very careful when the game starts to become something that actually defines your self-worth. That is a very, very dangerous position to be in, because it prevents you from actually being able to enjoy it. But the other thing that it does is it creates this toxicity where you're going to start yelling at people real quick, because all of a sudden when your key fails, you take it as like a personal attack. Does that make sense? And when you start taking things as a personal attack, like, oof, that is a really tough thing to have happened, if that makes sense, you know? This boss, by the way, is the one that'll kill all of your pugs. Because even though I can teach you how to tank it, I could teach you how to heal it. The problem is that these circles, right? If anyone misses the circle, it'll apply a 40-second dot to your team. Everyone has to get their soak because you can only have one person per quadrant. So my rogue here, for example, he now has to back up. If he misses his soak, then we get a 40-second dot applied to the team. And that applies to everyone. So my warlock, he has to be in that circle. This guy, he has to be in that circle. Yo, what's up, Storm? So the problem is that it gets incredibly toxic incredibly fast, right? Because like all of a sudden, like I can go get this, but it's my responsibility. Like if I miss that soak, basically we die. But that's for every DPS, and a lot of times DPS won't know that, and they're gonna miss it, and then all of a sudden it's a 40-second dot that my healer is now. It'll look like you bleed out, but it's actually DPSing, missing the mechanics. What's up, Ghost? Hi, Storm. What's up, Slubbert? Have you tested lay on hands with a cool? You mean Tyrion's Devotion? Yeah. I prefer Light of Dawn, personally speaking. It's just my personal preference. It's not like you need to play it one way or the other, but it's just what I like, personally speaking. I like the safety from it, though. Can be used as another defensive because of the armor. Oh, yeah. The armor buff from it is kind of meh because 30% armor is applied baseline. I don't think it actually calculates with Shield of the Righteous. So it's not like terrible, but it's not as good as you might think it is. It's just kind of meh. Hope your day is going well. Yeah, so far so good. Playing with some friends right now, though. Yeah, I would say overall, having a good day. About to time this Magister's Terrace. So that right there, for example, right? Like, he has to be right there, and then if he misses that soak, right. But the thing is that personal responsibility creates toxicity. Like, this is a game design thing where you're going to end up having people that yell at you for messing this mechanic up because you will actually kill your team, and then you're not going to know, and instead of people teaching you, they're probably just going to start yelling at you. So I don't like mechanics like this, personally. Not my favorite thing. I was playing with some friends too. Got your HPAL to 3K. Nice. Very solid. We were maybe going to consider doing like a 3K IO tier list that I like. Maybe. But yesterday I did a long tier list, so I don't think so. So it's a good point though, Slubbert, of like, I see what you're saying with the talent, but overall, I don't think that would be actually worth playing, you know? It's been a while. I haven't seen Kitty. She has been busy. She is here, but she's been busy. So, for example, we have this. You're talking about the Imperial Ward talent. You can definitely take it, but it's 30% armor. So if I actually use it here, let me get it in a second. I'll show you how much armor it actually gives me. Because without Shield of the Righteous, my physical DR is 53%, right? Watch your long tier list. I appreciate doing the list. Thank you. I'm glad people liked it. It was a little long. It was a bit long, but let's just compare. When I hit lay on hands, we'll see how much armor it actually gives me. And you'll kind of realize like it's not nothing, but it's kind of lackluster. So here we have 53% armor. And then when I use this, now all of a sudden we get basically a 6% physical DR, which does not actually, it's not that worth it, right? And it's only 8 seconds. So it's kind of lackluster, but I see your cook about whether or not you would want to use it. It's certainly something that might be min-maxed at the highest level. Yeah, it's not too crazy for being a lay on hands, you know? Better than nothing, yeah. Well, it's more fun in Midnight Healer or tank. Actually, interesting, Tweezy. That's a personal perspective. I'm a tank player, but I think healing is more fun, to be honest, though. One more? Are we doing one more, or are they done for now? Yeah, I think it's a personal perspective of what you want to do. All right, random's down for one more. Shin says sure. All right, what else? We playing one more prop pally key, or should I go bear? But yeah, anybody who tells you prop pally is no good. There we go. So we can do like a pit maybe. We can do a seat, sure. I don't mind. Sure. I don't mind either. But yeah, prop pally is kind of cool, huh? Yo, Tweezy just subscribed. Thank you for the sub. Much appreciated, though. I think there are a few issues with Midnight, but overall, guys, I'm pretty hype. Like, I'm really excited. There's so many things I want to be able to do as well. All right, what tank? Am I playing prop pally again for seat? I don't mind. Should be interesting, though. Sure. We go big. All right, let's just do, can just do 15. Let's play Sentinel prop pally in a 15 seat of the Triumvirate. That sounds good to me. Holy Priest or Holy Pally? That is a complete personal preference. Tweezy, one thing about WoW, in my opinion, right? don't ever let somebody tell you that they know what you'll enjoy the most. So in terms of your UI, that's pretty personalized. Like some people like their bars here, some people like them down, some people have a cooldown manager, some people do this. In terms of what character you should play, I don't know. Maybe you like the priest fantasy. Maybe you like being in range. Maybe you like being a plate wearing things, or, you know, what is more OP overall as a pug. The problem is that technically speaking, whatever you're the best at is going to end up being the best for pugs, because we don't know what tuning will be. Like, tuning can change at any moment. So maybe like right now, I would say that Holy Paladin seems to be in a better spot. However, that could change in the next tuning. Like, we don't know, right? You know, it's hard to say, I think. They just released a tuning calendar, but we don't know what they're going to do for the tuning hell. That's the problem, right? So it's like, are they going to be buffing Holy Paladin or Holy Priest in the next one? Or are they going to be nerfing it? But the problem is that if you really want to be competitive, there is an answer, to be fair. If you're looking to be meta, the only real answer for what tank should you play is definitely and definitively, you have to level all the tanks. That's the only real answer, because like they could out of nowhere, Blizzard has done this, it's not unheard of, for them to basically go, it seems like Blood DK is underperforming, let's just accidentally buff them by 70,000%. And you're just like, huh, okay, well, I guess now we're playing Blood DK. Like, that could happen. Like, that's not unprecedented. You know what I mean? No, they could do it. Like, that's the thing. Like, they have done that before, where they're just like, whoops, my bad. It's like basically like they're trying to give it a 7% buff, but they accidentally add an extra 0 because their finger slips. And then all of a sudden they're just like, that was intended. And then they just leave it. So, you know, I would say that's kind of the problem of, yep. And exactly, like, that seems like maybe they were trying to give arms like a 2% buff, but the person accidentally... What if the person was trying to actually buff arms warrior, but they accidentally hit a negative instead of a plus sign? It was an accident on purpose? Yeah. That's the thing, though. Like, that happens. Like, they really do that. That's not this wouldn't be unprecedented. So, we don't know, but I would say... I think for a healer fantasy, I would try Priest, just out of personal preference. I think Holy Priest is actually really has seen like a massive glow up, right? I think we banish tech. Banish tech. I walk over if we want. So I think that Holy Priest is actually the best version of itself that has ever been. Also, I don't know how long we're streaming for today, but I do have some work tonight, and that being said, I don't think I'm going to go to the gym, so why don't we put a little fitness goal up today? Let's do it. I'm going to put a fitness goal up. I was unsure, so not ice cream. We're going to put, let's do burpees. I think I could do some burpees, but we're going to be reasonable on the amounts of burpees I do. So how about 100 bits for 2 burpees? Reasonable? The 2 today? Am I being lazy? Does it have to be 3? Is it always, have we set the precedent that it has to be 3 burpees for 100 bits? I wonder if I can get away with doing 2. Right. Well, burpee, I would rather do push-ups. I mean, 4? No. 4 will get out of hand real fast. Right? Here we go. This is the 0 out of 99 max. I will not do more than 100 today. Yeah, we'll do this many burpees today. That looks a little weird when you do it like this, though. No, all right, bet. Here we go. Okay. All right. Fair enough. I have done this to myself. Understandable. I will do some burpees. Let's go. That's 10 burpees right there. Easy. I understand. I have chosen this path, and I will stick with it. Okay? It is what it is. That's fine. Here we go. Thank you for the burpees. This will allow me to do way more gameplay today, but I am definitely going to start sweating. Hold up. I owe 10 burpees. Sec. And 3 max, I think. I don't think you can do 4 chain dudes, by the way. I think 4 chain dudes is crazy. No way. All right, bet. We'll do some burpees real quick. We've got 10. Easy. I can do that. There we go. Let's do it. I got this. Let me just tuck in my shirt so there's no accidental spillage. Wow. And then I will show you this massive pull. Okay, 12 burpees it is. Thank you, Spec. Thank you, Spec. Here we go. Ready? Whoa. 3. My body is like, what is going on? 4. 5. 6. 7. Whoa. 8. 9. 10. You know what? 11. 12. Whoa. That feels pretty good, actually. That's not too bad. That's pretty good today. I'm just gonna need a shower a little bit after, but it does not feel too bad. All right. Easy does it. Not too bad, not too bad. All right, sure. I guess he wants to try an MDI pull, maybe. Morning, Brenny. Whoo. Hi, good morning, LaRusso. How's it going? We're gonna do some, I guess, really big pull. All right, sure. Let's try it. I might die. He wants to, by the way, he wants to do this whole room. I can try it. A sec for aggro. If you give me a second for aggro, and then I bubble probably right away, I think it could work, potentially. His birthday. Is your birthday today, LaRusso? Really? Is it actually your birthday, or are you lying? Well, let's see. Is really your birthday today? Here. Yeah? Here. Easy. I like birthdays. You know, for a long time in my life, I actually didn't celebrate my own birthday. I don't know why. I was trying to be dark and mysterious, so I was always like, you know, it's not really, you know, birthdays are cool, but I wouldn't celebrate my own birthday. But then actually, as I got older, I realized that I am very happy to be alive. And in fact, I definitely want to celebrate my birthday. No, I think it's important, man. I think it's important to celebrate your birthday properly. You know how cool it is that we're here? I think it's easy to forget that. I think it's easy to get overwhelmed by the world and stuff, but genuinely, yeah, like, you're here today. Like, how cool is that? It's a good excuse. Well, you shouldn't need an excuse to celebrate life, to be honest with you. I think that's a weird mentality. It's awesome that we get to be here. It's not a chore. All right, we're about to do some massive pull RFA. I think you've seen this on beta. Yeah? Started watching your stream not so long ago. You seem to be such a... Oh, thank you. Well, I mean, I think that we kind of have this weird understanding of, like, you know, where can I find your add-ons? Discord. Can anybody link the Discord to people? So, okay, this is going to be a nasty pull. Like, the idea here is if I ardent this and then I pull that, I'm going to need to kings this, and then I'm going to bubble basically right away. Now, does this technically work? I don't really, I mean, maybe. Like, I would kind of rather not be a prop paladin for this pull, I can tell you that much. Because, like, I guess with Sentinel, like, I could have gathered that a bit better. I missed the global. So we're going to get another set of chains. Hold up, this is crazy. This is like, 4 chains is probably one too many chains, to be honest with you. But I'm a prop paladin, so I can get these kicks. I can get both kicks here. There's 2 casters here. And then we would... I think if it died a second before this moment, we could do it. If it died before the second set of chains, it might work. I think it's possible. Doable with slightly more damage. If I pull that a little faster, it's doable. But definitely doesn't scale, though. I think 3 is the normal pull. 4 seems crazy. 4 seems wild, though. But you like it nasty? Wait, what? Oh, no. I completely missed the context of whatever you are talking about. Wait. What? Oh, no. What? What are you talking about? I'm like, what? What does this mean? What does this mean? We could try it one more time if they want. I can gather a little faster here, though. By the way, there's the pin. If you want any of my add-ons or stuff, it's all in Discord. What's up, Lee? Good morning. One more time. One more time. I can gather it faster. I can gather that faster, I think, and then I could try it. Okay, let's try it one more time. Let's do it. I have enchants on, so we are not optimized. All good. As long as not totally trash, just play what you like. I think 6 that ultimately at the end of the day, right? The reason that meta matters is just simply because you don't want to be sitting in the city all day. Like, it's kind of a meme, but at the same time, it's not. Like, you really want to be able to play the game, especially if you live a busy life and maybe you're older and you have kids now or a job or a responsibility. It's like, if you have 2 hours to play World of Warcraft, the last thing that you want to do is actually be sitting in Dornogal waiting for keys. You want to be able to log on and do a few keys. And I think that that's kind of why meta matters at the end of the day, because that's what people are trying to do, right? Like, that's actually what people are looking for when they say meta or this or meta that. That's all they're really saying. All right, let's see if we can do this poll. It seems suspicious. We'll try it one more time, and if it fails again, then we're going to do 3. So I really have no idea if this poll actually works or not. So we would have to basically go here, here. I burn a king's, actually. I don't need external. But see, the thing is that I missed that gather. Nope, I missed. It's like... hold up. I missed my mouse over. I missed sec. If I had gotten that on that right there, I would have been fine. No. Hold up. One more try. Nope. Shh. That didn't happen. I missed that one. It'd almost be good if somebody could pull that for me if we were trying all 4. You could play WoW without problems because you're a casual. I don't think so, though. Santeam, I feel like that's not true. I feel like there's a lot of people who really love World of Warcraft. And they might just be... Is that a normal poll? Absolutely not. This is crazy abnormal. This is definitely not a real poll. No. This is a very troll poll, in fact. It's just like, I want to try to sync them, so it's better if I can pull them from the middle. But this is where having mouse over macros would really help me, actually. In fact, maybe I could get them right now. Let me go back. I did a coaching call for Prop Pally, and I gave this macro for sure. So let me find it here. Where was this message? This one? Let me see. It should be right here. Yeah, this one. This is an Avenger Shield mouse over macro, so we can use this here, though. I was about to say, that's not casual. I feel like we use casual in World of Warcraft way too much, right? This is something that I don't like, of this idea of like, oh, you're like a casual and stuff. It's like, what does that even mean? I think that if you're watching World of Warcraft content, you are not a casual. My personal definition of what a casual really is somebody who doesn't engage with the game outside of the actual game. So like, if you log in and you don't even know what's happening, then you're a casual. But if you're watching like Twitch streams or dungeon guides or this or that, like, I don't think you're very casual. Not really, in my opinion. That doesn't really make sense. So we're going to shield this. I'm going to taunt, shield, nice. Okay, and then I'm going to bubble as everything comes in. And then we have a kick back there, nice, cool. I'm going to grab that kick. And then I go here, toll, nice. I'm going to kick this one here, perfect. So is this pull doable? It depends how fast it dies. This is a very big, let's see how fast this actually dies. I still have Ardent, I still have Kings, so we're going to spend the Kings right now on this next set of chains. I could also, can I freedom the chains? Actually, they're called chains, right? Can I freedom it? I'm not sure if that works or not. It might actually work. It looks like he didn't even get it there. So then I Ardent, and then I do this. I mean, actually, you know, technically speaking, it kind of worked, didn't it? Didn't it sort of work, though? Aren't we alive right now? I would say mission succeeded. It looks pretty good to me. Yeah, hold up. I burned everything, but yeah. Hold up, wait a second. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. Like, I talk about this all the time, right? Of the fact that you have to be confident in your gather, but the gather sometimes just takes reps. Like it literally, you just have to actually practice a gather sometimes. Yep. There you go. Yep, the gathering. But it was learning like what cooldowns of how to send it, and also not missing that first thing here though. Well, the problem is I feel like with me and Shindig in a key, there's a lot of people who would be very hard on the gather. These champions kind of hurt, actually. I wouldn't underestimate them while they're alive. So if he banishes one of these ads, I can take the boss and run him over, and we won't get the dot so long as the thing is banished when it actually happens. So let me go over here. If he, yeah. Oh, wait a second. They fixed it. Wait, what? Does that not work? Did they fix it? Oh, man, that first pull went so well. That first pull went so well. I thought the banish tech no longer works. Oh, it looks like they fixed it. Yep. So there was tech where it looks like it seems to be that way. Aha. Well, one more real fast. All right, one more real fast. All right, we do it normal then. Yep. All right, there you go. Now we know it doesn't work. It's better to learn now. They did patch it, it seems. Indeed, indeed, indeed. Can try it one more time to see for sure. That looked pretty definitive. Greetings, spellcasters and zugzugs. What's up, Soap? Soap, I made a rogue guide with Mr. Shindig today. You see, by the way, the guys we're playing with, obviously you know Arson, but Shindig is the absolute giga rogue. And he taught me how to play rogue this morning. It was really cool, though. Nah, just do normal then. Oh, we just do normal then. I think that first pull, I can do it for sure. I just need to gather it perfectly here, though. And I was like, yeah, that's the idea. It's pretty cool. All right, here we go. We don't need, I mean, it doesn't need to be perfect, but that's okay. All right, here we go. Countdown. 10. Okay. So there was tech, by the way, where if your Warlock banished that ad and you drag the boss over the ad, then it doesn't actually explode on your team. But there, we didn't have that. Okay, so Swift Gathering. Swift Gather here. Only Swift Gathers. Even a Tiger's Lust on me would be very helpful. So we go here, right? And then I want to not Kings early. Lay on hands there. We've gotten it here. I shield that guy in. There we go. I'm going to be fine. Once we're actually settled into the pull, I'm not going to die. I'm going to kick that caster. There we go. It's relatively well synced, but the real issue with this pull, actually, is the fact... Oh, I DC'd. No, that is a rough time to DC. Uh-oh. Am I alive? Yeah, I pressed Kings. Okay, hold up. I pressed Kings. And then I would just have to rotate here a little bit faster, and then I would still have bubble if needed. Okay, all good, all good. That was a super rough time to DC. Also, apparently, Freedom works for this. I actually didn't know that. Yo, that is actually kind of Omega tech, I'm not going to lie. If Freedom works for that properly, that's insane. Do I prefer Prot Warrior or Prot Pally? I think Prot Warrior is a bit more chill, but Prot Pally I can do more for my team. So I think that if I had to say which one I prefer more, it's definitely going to be Paladin. Yeah, huge DC tech, thanks. It's just going to be, if you have to do that pull, it's just going to be technical for the tank of knowing exactly how to prevent dying immediately from the first thing. Oh, Arson almost died there. That was close. That was close. So we're just going to have to kill these normally, unfortunately, with these oozing slams here. And then as we're moving for this, I'll just bubble. And then we kind of want to drag him a little bit closer. Because what I want to do is keep him kind of in cleave range, but then just hodge. Yeah, we'll kill that one. Nice. Be better if we could do it this way, though. And we have Arden up for that Void Slash, and then we're like this. Perfect. All right. And then I would just probably go Kings here to prevent this next slash as well. And then if I'm actually here, I can pull these guys in. Like, you can... Oh, I missed. Ho, ho, ho. The being DDoS helps you. Yeah, I don't know why my beta has been doing this today, but it has actually been a little funky. There we go. Now we can get these guys in here for a little bit extra funnel. It's funnel. Be ethical. Ethical damage. I think that DPS Shaman will have a glow up soap because actually that like Shaman buff is so impactful for certain comps. Depends on what you end up playing, of course, but Shaman buff is amazingly impactful for keys, man. It's funnel for everyone. I mean, we're playing a rogue too, so he gets funnel. Careful. Nice. Here we go. Yeah, because Resto Shaman, I don't know, man. Resto Shaman's in a really weird design choice right now. I don't know how I feel about Resto Shaman, though. Are Demon Hunter tanks any good right now? So they are actually. I would say that VDH is in a pretty good spot. We just don't know if they're bugged or not. The problem is that the real issue with VDH as a tank is that Devourer exists, right? So that's like the real issue with it, if that makes sense. Don't reset the boss, please. Thank you. Oh, thank God. Yeah. I think the issue is not whether or not VDH is good. It's just the fact that Devour is almost certainly going to be better, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? So VDH is in a pretty fair spot right now, though. I would say it's powerful. VDH is your contingency plan. You have a contingency plan, GFO? GFO, can you play VDH better than you can play Warrior? Just checking. I'm just making sure. Because, you know, it's not much of a contingency plan if you can't actually fall back on it. I'm just checking. I just was wondering. No flame. It is weird. Watching you play Warrior, I do wonder what's happening with your Warrior gameplay. I don't know why. That tank does not seem to click with you very well. I don't really understand why, but it does appear that you might have some rough respect is not a word. Gfo, did you see what I did yesterday on stream, by the way? Did you I was saving this. I was like, I knew I wanted to do it at the end of the beta cycle. But I was really excited. Yeah, something's not computing. It's okay. It happens to the best of us. Everybody has something like that. So you want this corner pack now that they changed this, and then you want to be careful about the aggro on those Rift Stalkers. So I'm just going to toll early outside of my combat potion. No problem. I'm not here to do damage. I am just here to actually do a good job. Unfortunate. Can shield this guy here, though. I saw some of the stream. So I just ended up accidentally doing like a 6.5 hour tier list. It was awesome. It was a lot of fun. I got ice cream halfway through, and then just like... The thing about me is, I don't think people realize that all my YouTube videos, I don't actually edit them. I don't really know how to edit videos. So I kind of just one-take it. And in one-taking the video, it doesn't matter how long it is. If it's an hour long, it's an hour long. I hit start record, and whatever happens in that hour happens in that hour. There is no ifs, ands, or buts. There's no second guessing. You have to be confident about your skills when you do these videos. So, yeah. It was a very long tier list. It was awesome, though. I had a really fun time. Yeah. I was thinking it would be like 3 hours, but then somehow it ended up being almost 6 hours. I don't actually know how that happened. I was just chilling, man. I was just like there talking about the specs and then engaging with people. And I feel like the problem is that I was talking to stream the whole time, so I kept getting sidetracked. Because, you know me, my brain works like, oh, shiny object. And then I get distracted. So I think that was really kind of where I went wrong, quote unquote, is just the shiny object affix. Yeah, I blame stream. Sentinel Prop Pally, I will say, feels a lot better. My damage is a little low, but I still feel like a Prop Pally, so maybe Sentinel is not the end of the world. Yeah, that's fair. That seems reasonable. That's normally the right thing to do. All right, from here. So I think that the real question is how do you actually route this? I feel like you're supposed to pull this over here and then probably back up and fight the guys that I'm about to chain pull behind me. That's what I'm assuming you're supposed to do here, right? And then you want this corner pack. That's what I'm assuming the right pull is, but I'm not 1,000% sure about this. And then there's going to be two. There's one adept in here, not two. So it should be fine. So you kings the first knockback, and then you would just rotate from there. Not the end of the world, actually. Yeah. And then I would just have to send my next kings probably on the next knockback from this adept. Shield that there. Nice. So yeah, I think Prop Pally, as long as you are playing Sentinel, you are very tanky right now. Like, the tankiness is not a problem here, so that feels pretty fine to me. I slept midstream. Well, I posted the whole thing to YouTube. Do you want to know how long it took to upload to YouTube, by the way? Because it was, you want to guess how big the file was when I downloaded it and uploaded it? It was amazing. It was 16 gigabytes. That's crazy. It was literally 16 gigabytes. I was like, damn, that's like that's like 2 movies. Oh, excuse me. Ah, it was awesome, man. Amazing. Early access is tomorrow. Yeah, but I need to confirm what time tomorrow. I feel like, yeah. So, like, actually, I don't know what time early access is tomorrow. Because for Thailand timing, when I log in tomorrow, like, basically, is early access out exactly 24 hours from now, by the way? Like, 24 hours from now, is early access going to be out? Does anyone know the answer to this question? 38. Yeah, that's what I was about to say. So what am I doing tomorrow's stream? I guess tomorrow's stream would be... Okay. So that case, I just finish up some dungeon routes tomorrow and hang out. Okay, so, I mean, I guess we could do one more day of beta, but I feel like I'm pretty solid on beta now. Like, I don't need a bunch more beta testing, personally speaking. We've been playing this beta for like 3.5 months now. And I have my routes and stuff, though. You won't play tomorrow and chill? Well, so early access is actually my time to chill. Like, I know people are really hyped, but for me, leveling is kind of a little bit boring. So I'm going to, like, please come hang out with me. I'll still obviously stream and level, but I'm going to take my time on the first character, and then I'm going to try to speed run all the other characters. So as many other characters as possible, that's what I'll be trying to do. That's the idea behind it. Now, that doesn't always go according to plan, but that's sort of the idea, right? Yeah. I think you might want this pull now. Let's pull this and then here, and I'm just gonna basically trust my healer. I don't actually think this is a very good pull, by the way. But I'm gonna just see if it works. Because there's too many Rift Stalkers in this, but I have sack, and I think that I'll be okay. So I'll sack my Shaman now, and then I'll just go shield this. And I think on Prop Pally, maybe this will be acceptable. I just have to watch my own health. I get my weapon up. Boom, like this. And then I'm going to watch that Conjurer. And I have all the kicks here. And then I'll probably just bubble the next War Adept. So, like, right now, perfect. And then I would go here. And I'm just going to watch the Conjurer. And then we get an Earthquake stun. And then I Hodge. And then I just mouse over shield this. Nice. And then I send 1 Kings on the next one. Like right about now. Perfect. 1 second early on the Kings. 2 second early on the Kings. 3 second early on the Kings. That's all good, though. Yep, exactly, Sky. This pull can actually get a little toxic, especially if you are pulling a bunch of these Rift Stalkers. I think I know how Mistweaver heals, and so I think that it's fine, but you have to be careful about doing too many of the Rift Stalkers. They're going to kill a lot of pugs, these guys, these Rift Stalkers out here. Because it's just a big HPS pull, but I know how Mistweaver heals, so it should be fine to do. Okay, don't pull boss, don't pull boss. What's up, teach me? Okay, so wait for a boss to fully spawn, and then once the boss is spawned, now you can pull. And I can pull these guys for a funnel into here, etc. though. I will start with my Guardian Druid, because that's my favorite tank, and I like Guardian Druid. But in terms of exactly what I'll do after that, I'm not sure. So it's definitely Guardian Druid first, and then after that, maybe even my Paladin or my DK, or I don't know. Like, I guess it really depends on how long I have to level. Like, how long is it going to take me to actually level all my characters is a big question, right? I don't know the answer to that question. It depends. Because the question for me is this. How many characters do I actually end up leveling here? 10. The thing is, I think that most people are thinking they're going to level 1 or 2 or 3 characters. But how many characters are you guys? Let me ask you. How many characters do you think you're going to level? That's my question for you right now. What do you think? Just out of curiosity. You're going to do 4. All right. So you have 4. All right. A lot of 4s here. Okay, Vinidor is 8+. Now that and Wellborn. So you and I, we are of the same mind. My problem is that I think I'd like to do 10. 25. Okay, 25 seems excessive. Why are you doing 25? Here's the thing. I have in my head right now the idea of leveling, in particular, around 9 characters, 8 to 9. But I don't know how much time I'm actually going to have to do this. So by the end of the day, it might not be that many. Like that is basically a big question mark for me about exactly how many characters I will realistically be able to send, if that makes sense, though. You know, I'm just going to do 1. I think I do. How many people just play 1, though? Actually, though, how many people just play 1 character? I feel like that's an old way of... I feel like most people play like 2 characters now. Maybe not everyone, but I feel like a lot of people are like altaholics or at least have like several characters that they kind of swap between. You get the Warbound experience buff. Yeah, but I'm just going to dungeon... Like, it's just... It's okay. I'll just basically... I at least have stream, right? Wife and 2 kids. Yeah, reasonable. You know what I never liked, by the way? 3 weeks of... 2.5 weeks of no content? Depends. So, you know how some people, they say, oh, you know, the old ball and chain. I actually really hate that. I never liked that the relationships are like this wonderful blessing to your life. If you're in a relationship and you're like, I hate being here, I feel like you're in the wrong spot. Like, that's not what it's supposed to be. And I was married, so I'm allowed to say that. I was married and divorced. So I am allowed to say this, but it's almost like, oh, like, that's the whole point. Like, good job. You've succeeded in life. But also, yeah, sad for WoW, I guess. You get less IO, but you win at life. You know? I want at least 4, 1 tank, 1 this one, though. I don't understand. Exactly. I don't understand either, by the way. My percentage is too high right now, so we can skip this, and then we go over here. Yeah, I guess you have to make a choice, right? You only play mage. Okay, so you pull these 2, and then you go into this corner pack probably. But I overpulled a little bit because of the first area. And we just go here. This will be the pull right there. I kick this. I sack this. So I save his life. Ooh, almost missed that kick. Nice. All good. Didn't miss it. I've been with your wife for 14 years. You wouldn't change a thing. That's good. I actually think that, like, yeah, I like a good relationship story, too. It basically gives GFO hope. Like, now GFO can listen to this and be like, oh, could be me one day. I believe in you, GFO. I believe in you. You got this. You have to keep it fresh? No, well, you don't have to tell me how you keep it fresh, King. I respect it, but you don't have to tell me exactly how you keep it fresh. That's okay. I thank you for wanting to share, though. I respect it. So then you pull... Yeah, we have 1 pack too many percentage, though. You've only ever gotten decent IO after getting married? So you're saying that it's tech to get married? You're going to get more IO? Interesting. So I've been lied to this whole time. Interesting. I think, actually, by the way, if you were going to skip something, you could totally chain this with Prop Pally, because I'll make sure I get all the kicks right. And then you just... If I get all these kicks, then maybe this pull will be fine. Okay, so I get this kick right there. Nice. I get this kick right there. I missed the kick. That's a problem. It's okay. Something's happening here, and that guy is not coming in the way he's supposed to. So we might die because this was a rough pull. I have that kick. Okay. I have this kick. My mouse over macro failed me. I don't know why that guy was just planting there for a second, so do beware. Okay. I have this kick right there. I might need to edit this. Hold up 1 second. I'm locked in. I chose to do something that was probably a bad idea. Because I can only do this if I actually get all the kicks. Cool, I get that kick. And there was a weird... He didn't want to move, so... A little bit out, a little bit out. Not married, but got 3 kids. Waiting for the right time. Ooh. Eventually, Angel. You know, Angel, I'm not going to lie. This surprises me. I am surprised by this information. Yeah. Yeah, I am surprised. Yeah. I think anybody who's been in my stream for any amount of time is a little bit surprised right now. Interesting. You know what? Chaining this area like this is definitely not worth it, by the way. These guys are fine. They don't do that much damage, though. So I can off-heal this because I'm a paladin. Now, you don't need... If you ever think that the reason to be in a relationship is not because other people will make you happy. I don't actually like that mentality either, that like 2 halves make a whole. That's a recipe for a disaster. It's so much better if you make yourself whole and then you come together with someone else and then you guys can create something awesome. But you have to be able to work on yourself first. Like, it's actually such a weirdly backwards mentality, in my opinion. Can you skip that corner pack, or will it pull now? Yeah. I think, Locus, many people of your disposition would prefer that as well. Relationship should make you grow? Yeah. That's what, I mean, that's the idea, though, right? Minor info. Do you think Shadow Meld would be very useful as a tank? There doesn't seem to be as many meld skips as there were before, by the way. So I feel like it's going to be less useful, especially because now there is a Shadow Meld potion. So the answer to that question is actually no. You do not need Shadow Meld. It would just be maybe nice to be a Night Elf for other reasons, but I don't think Shadow Meld doesn't seem to be nearly as useful as it was. So actually, in a weird way, maybe not. Maybe you don't need it for once. Yeah, be careful. Don't get knocked back. Don't get knocked back into the pack. Holy. Yeah. I actually think maybe the answer is no. You don't. I don't think you'll need to be Shadow Meld. I think Dwarf is going to be the premier tank spec. Like, if you have to choose one, like, Dwarf is the right answer. If you're going to play, like, a race for competitive gameplay advantage, the answer is definitely Dwarf, not anything else. How does Season Midnight 1... Are there any grips for DK? Yeah, plenty of... There's a lot of DK tech this season, actually. There's a ton of DK tech, for sure. Yeah, 100%, though. Still waiting for Dwarf Druid. Nah, Dwarf Druid would be weird. Then I'd have to play it. I don't want to have to play Dwarf Druid. I'm kind of down if they don't make it possible to be a Druid and a Dwarf, though. I think the best Mog in this upcoming season, though, 100%, there's not even a question about this. Best Mog right now is Monk. The Monk Transmog is definitely the best. That thing is awesome. Okay, so be careful. We do have to kill those, but, like, try to be really careful about not doing this. Which Mog? The Monk set. I think that Monk is, like, looking really, really, really cool. Cool. I'm just going to go kill that. Nice. From Raid? Yeah, like the Mythic set for Monk. It looks awesome. It looks just super cool. I'm, like, very scared about pulling. I don't like this, not playing that corner pack. It's very scary. I'm off to sleep. Have a great day. Yo, have a great night, Azera. I hope you get some rest. I, by the way, have improved my quality of sleep so much recently, and literally all that I did was bought a sleep mask for myself because I'm just very light. I'm a very light sleeper. Like, I don't know how people sleep that well. Midnight Season 1 is significantly improved for all the reasons of why Mythic Plus is actually enjoyable. There are less one-shots. Healing is way more fun because the damage profile of these keys is simply more enjoyable to heal. Like, it just is better in most every way. And specifically, it's mostly the fact that you get to do HPS as a healer, whereas the War Within, it kind of got it became this thing where it was like, the way to heal is just to have faster reaction time, and you were depending so much on your team pressing defensives that it became this weird sort of play style of like, you're not really healing, you're kind of just expecting your team to do the thing. And that's toxic in pugs. So I think that a good healer in Midnight will be able to do so much more for their team, and it just feels a lot better. You know? Does that make sense, though? So I think that healing in Midnight is improved because of dungeon design more than anything else. Whoops, you can still get hit by a star. I off heal. Can you guys read books? I can't read books anymore. Am I cooked? Or like what? How do you guys read books? I don't understand how people do that nowadays. I can't do it anymore. Like, I'm trying not to scroll social media so much. Although, by the way, I have social media now. It's fun watching your channel. Thank you, Tweezy. I am cooked, right? That's my problem. I think so, too. I actually think it's a real problem. I cannot read books anymore, man. It's cooked in every way. Oh, yeah. That's a good one. How do you read books? No, I mean, like, so, okay, listen, I'm not illiterate. I just can't sit through a book. Like, my brain, it, like, irks me. Like, I actually actively have a terrible time. It's actively terrible for me, though. You know what I mean? I think you motivate yourself to work out. No, I can't. It's different. But working out is, like, a source of therapy for me. Have I tried audiobooks? No, if I'm going to listen to something, I'm listening to I don't have a lot of time in my day wisdom, so I just listen to WoW podcasts. Like, basically, I either listen to I like the Diary of a CEO, actually. I like him a lot. So I either listen to the Diary of a CEO or I listen to a WoW podcast. That's it. Those are like the only two things or actually Diablo 2 content. Diablo 2 content is giga. Especially with the new stuff recently, like Llama, Nuclear Rabbit, or anybody like that. I love Diablo 2 content. Believe it or not, actually. Yeah, actually, I think his podcast is probably like the best podcast. His podcast is great. So he has some great guests on there. The Diary of a CEO is just like a podcast, but it's a cool podcast. Okay, this one here, nice. Last book I read was Anthony Bourdain's like 15 years ago. That's the thing. Like, I don't understand how people keep reading books. Mr. Llama's podcast. No, like, so Mr. Llama SC is a Diablo 2 creator. And I don't know why. I am a casual for Diablo 2 for what it is worth, by the way. Like, oh, by the way, Kitty, Spec says hi. She said to say hi earlier. Almost died there for a second. I'm sorry. I scared him. I'm not going to die. Don't worry. So here, we're just going to... Beautiful, I think, revival, pre-revival there. Nice. And then we have the damage amp here. Prop Pally feels weird on this fight. So yeah, I like listening to WoW content, Diablo 2 content, but I'm such a casual for Diablo 2. Like, I was like, the new Warlock thing dropped. I bought it. I immediately bought it. I was like, yeah, it's $20. Like, I'm going to buy it. So I bought it, and then I literally leveled to like 17 and then logged off and haven't touched it since. I've just been busy. It's the thing is, I just don't have time. Like, I don't know, man. I feel so old nowadays. I don't know. It's weird. I'm growing up, I guess. I'm more mature than I used to be. Thank you, though, Tweezy. I'm glad that you like listening to my rambling. You don't need extra time for audiobooks. That's the thing, Wisdom. The amount of time that I actually have listening to things like this, though. Which D2... No, there's no... I listen to not D2 podcast. I just listen to D2 content. Yeah, like Nuclear Rabbit in particular, in my opinion, has the actually best YouTube content. Holy fuck. Why does this guy hurt me so bad? I turned around there for a second, but I don't remember him melee hitting that hard, dude. So yeah, you know, Nuclear Rabbit though? Came over your channel. I feel super nerdy. Yeah, I really like that too. Dude, why am I getting absolutely clapped? I'm not dropping shield at all. He just kind of hits this hard. I don't know why Prop Pally in particular feels so weak here. Like, there's something about this fight in particular. I can lay on hands that. What is this? Why is he meleeing so hard right now? I have double kings. Like, I can use it, but I'm going to use it on this beam here. Maybe not, actually. Maybe I'll hold it for after the beam, because he seems to be just meleeing me that hard. What the fuck is going on? That's what I'm wondering, actually. Oh, shit. My healer died. What is my res bound to? Okay, so I'm going to sack this, and then I'm going to do this, and then I ardent, and we should be fine. All good. We're alive. We're alive. And then phasing. Phasing. Uh-oh. Okay, so right after this Grim Chorus, then we're going to Kings again. And then we'll go back into here. That's what I was wondering, Wisdom. Isn't it weird? Like, he seems to be hitting me way too hard, right? I'm not dropping my shield. Like, my shield is perma up. Nah, it's okay. Tanking, the thing is that when you get used to tanking, it's actually not that bad. It's one of those weird things, though. Yeah, interesting. No. Like, I think that tanking has this strange thing where it's like, oh, it's always so stressful. But once you get used to it and you understand the basics of tank, it's actually not that bad, though. Who are these other people? What's up, Jacob? This is one of the... Yeah, it was actually... It seemed like that. I don't know why it was... Those melees were hurting. It's happened before, too, though. That first pull is sus. GG's. Jacob, that's when we're playing with one of the best rogues in North America, and then we're playing with... We got one of the best rogues, and then we're playing with Arson, the Aflock, Gig Aflock. Where's my res? Can we... Well, here's a really good tank tip is definitely, I agree. It's control left, but normally my res is right click. But since I'm on Pally, my right click is sack. So it's control left, by the way, for reference sake. Yeah, this dungeon, I don't like this dungeon either, though. GG's. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of this this particular dungeon. It's not really my thing. We next time? Yeah. I wonder what the best dungeon is. So right now in the pool, my paladin hasn't done everything, but yeah, I think that this is one of the hardest ones. I think the hardest dungeon is Magisters, probably. I think Magisters will kill more pugs, but maybe Mysara Caverns might be the other one. I'm not allowed to rank for raid hover because I'm not a raider. I'm just a mythic pluser, to be honest. I think Skyreach too. Yeah. Well, Skyreach wasn't that bad early on. They changed Skyreach, man. It was actually much better before. Well, hello, Andre. Yeah, Skyreach actually pre-buff was better. But I'm not a raider. I'm not allowed to be comment on that, though. Yeah, I think one. But I don't actually know why that boss was critting me, to be fair, though. Yes. I think we missed one, so that phase, the first one lasted long. Trying to min-max a bit. What's the best race for Demon Hunter? Demon Hunter is a weird one. I don't think it matters. The racials matter when you can play Dwarf, but since you can't play Dwarf, then not really. Yeah, Dwarf is the one, though. Caverns and Skyreach have spikes in difficulty that may break the key. Like, Skyreach last boss is going to destroy keys. But again, that's like a toxic mechanic. Like, they don't have to design it like that. They don't have to do that. I have not played beta as much as you are because I didn't want to get burned out. So, I totally hear that. And I think a lot of people definitely don't like to pre-expose themselves to content. But then there are other people who absolutely love exposing themselves for content. And I happen to be the latter. So I really like... For me, beta is fun because I get to play all the characters without worrying. So I don't have to worry about gearing up or, anything like this. Like, I don't have to do any of that stuff. I can just log on to any character and be like, oh, what should I play next? Blood TK? Sure. Like, VDH? Sure. Like, what tank should I go for the next dungeon? Like, we could play anything. I don't mind. Right? I was tattooed? Oh, I know. Sorry, Hover. But for me, raiding, I don't raid test. So I don't want to talk about something I don't know. Like Tweezy, something that you were saying earlier was, if I'm knowledgeable, it's because I do Mythic Plus, but I also play everything. I swapped a different tank. I swapped DK, can go Skyreach or something. I guess, ooh, wait a second. Soap. Do you want to do a key? Zombie Messiah just subbed for 2 months in a row. Yo, thank you for the sub. And first pull says anytime you can get all 4. I mean, it saves time for sure, but I don't think it's very reliable. Almost bedtime, no problem. I don't think it's reliable at all, Deco. I think you would just do 3. I mean, you don't need it, right? It can work. It's technical for the tank more than it is for the healer, because you can just spin to win as Mistweaver. Any other healer, though, in that pull does not work. I think it's a Mistweaver special, believe it or not. Any tips? Yeah. Watch my videos, to be honest, friends. Like, tanking has such this kind of, like, weird knowledge check, right? So, if you just play everything, then eventually over time, you'll have known the nuances, right? So, for me on beta, I have literally all these characters. Like, this is my beta character list, and I have done at least 15s on every single one. So there were a few things I didn't get to play this beta cycle, but this is the point. Like, you eventually amass this information. But I think the hardest thing to learn is the nuances of each tank gather. My Sara Caverns, I made the route, but I didn't add the notes to it. I did make the Dungeon Masterclass guide for my Sara, and my Sara is, like, really a tough tank dungeon. So that guide was really good. That one's on Patreon. I believe it's on Patreon for free, by the way. If you are interested in that Dungeon Masterclass guide, I believe that one is completely free on Patreon right now. So, all right, are we playing Blood DK? What are we playing here? Thoughts, concerns, questions? Blood DK? Warrior? Maybe not Druid, because I'll play Druid in the season. So not Guardian. What tank? Blood DK? Anything else? Blood DK? Prot Warrior? Blood DK? Prot Warrior? Which one? I think Blood DK is fine. All right, Blood DK, fine. You can't level. I don't need to level as hard here. That's fine. We got a few Warriors. All right, play Warrior after. That's fine. We'll play Warrior after. Play Blood DK first. But in terms of gathering, like, Blood DK has a lot of little tech pieces of how to gather, but once you get it, it's not bad. Yo, what's up, Shindig? Yo, thank you for the raid. What's up, Shin? Thank you, by the way, genuinely. Thank you for taking the time to record those videos with me. I know you are a busy man, but it was a lot of fun. And thanks for coming to do keys. Do I like Brewmaster? It's not my preference. Not my preference. For anyone who doesn't know, that guy right there. Also, I think you make... Has anybody from my stream... Have you guys seen Shindig's YouTube videos, by the way? Do you guys know of his YouTube series about him finding a new mythic guild, right? I feel like this is the best application if you ever wanted to join Liquid. You just need to send them that series, and they'll take you. It's a great series. Harith, I highly recommend it. Actually, you're wasting your time if you watch all of my dungeon guides. You should totally be watching Shindig's series. I highly recommend. It is genuine. First of all, you can see the difference of the level of effort that he puts into his videos versus me putting into my videos. I don't know how to edit. Like, I'm not a good editor. I just kind of one-take content, so I don't really know how to do that. But he cares a lot and puts a lot of effort into his vids, so go give him some love, genuinely. Yeah, seriously, you wouldn't even be remiss for doing this. You would be correct. This is the right thing to do, actually, here. Don't you dare about editing with me in the chat? Well... Here, so should we start with the first one? So you want to try with the Mythic Raid Guild. First of all, can I just show your channel, actually? Here, let me see this, though. Did not want me to literally turn off the stream right now. No, that's fine. But I will do this. Just make sure you do turn off your stream, because you don't want any sort of you don't want a little whoopsie daisy as that happens. Here, let me just pull up your YouTube channel right here. Look at these thumbnails. All right, look at this. These are giga thumbnails right here. These are great. What is this? Well, look at this editing. Look at this. These are amazing. This is great. Look at the quality of this video. This is great. The quality of my videos, I go into ChatGPT, I'm not going to lie. I've been making these thumbnails here recently. So I feel like these are okay. But this one doesn't even have a thumbnail. That one doesn't have a thumbnail. That's just me sitting outside. This one is good. I think this one does have, this one's good. I like this thumbnail. This one's good. With Obli, I found the photo of my, because he sent me this photo. By the way, this is a problem. When I made the Unholy guide with Obli, you know what he did? He sends me this photo. This is the most Giga Chad photo. What was I supposed to do, man? This is the thing. He sends me, what was the Obli photo? Well, because I was going to ask you, Shin, I'll have to ask you for a photo too whenever I do post the Rogue videos. But like this is the photo he sends me. And he's like, because I'm like, hey, I want to, this is the thing. Like, yeah, he absolutely mogged me. And I was just sitting here like, bro, this is, hold on, let me show you the photo he sends me. And I'm just like, how the hell am I supposed to compete with this? Hold up. Look at this shit. How the hell, what is this? Look at this. How do I compete with this? Look at this. Look at this photo. This is what he sends me. And I'm just like, I'm just sitting here doing some weird stuff. Look at this. And I'm just like, all right. So I had to find a new photo of myself to try to come up with a thumbnail here. This is the problem. Yeah. So I was just like, all right, my normal thumbnail is not going to cut it. I think this one turned out okay. I like this thumbnail, by the way. I thought this one was good. Yeah. I thought this was good, but I had to come up with a literally new, I had to go back and find one of my old modeling photos. And I was like, this one seems reasonable. So I found this one, and I put the little Unholy DK in the background. So this was this thumbnail. I made this one. Not bad, not bad. Yeah. But like, yeah, look at these 2 Giga Chads playing. I think it was good. But like, yeah, I couldn't, like my normal, because what I actually do to make thumbnails, by the way, is I just, yeah, I know. The thing, well, this one's actually a more recent modeling photo, but no, that's the thing. I can't, Wisdom. I don't think you understand how different I looked back in the day. I looked like Shin. The thing is that Shin, he's actually older, I think, than he seems, but the thing is, he's like fresh-faced, right? Like I have this big beard now that I'm growing, but he doesn't have this. And back in the day, no, listen. Yeah. Shin, basically, he hasn't undergone twink death yet. And so what that means is, yeah, back in the day, so like both your cams on, it kind of works like that. Like I talked to Obli about it. I mentioned it to Shin, but he was streaming today, so it was a little weird. Yeah, back in the day, man. You guys list. We can do whatever key you want, but you can list us for whatever key, by the way, while I go on this rant. I did find, this Shin like 37. Holy, is he? Who's the guy? This is Obli and here. No, so the old modeling photos, by the way. How do I show you all of the old modeling photos without accidentally... I don't think you understand how young I look, man. All right, let me put a few to Discord, and we're just going to send a few, all right? Deal? This is what we'll do. Here we go. Let me just send you a few. I'll go into favorites. I'm not going to leak the nudes, no problem. I mean, I don't have any to leak. What are you talking about, Angel? What? Me? What? I wouldn't leak that. So, yeah, let me just like go and show you some of the old modeling photos, okay? I just don't think you understand how different I look because it was a long time ago. Here. Like, let me just find some, like, yeah, like this is a good headshot, but it just looks really different. Okay, so we'll put like a few, okay? Yeah, like this. Basically, I look like I'm in Teen Wolf. I don't know how to explain it other than the fact that it's all very Teen Wolf-ish. Like I'm just not a Teen Wolf person anymore, you know? Man, these were great. All these different photo shoots that I used to do. Look at this. I just don't look like this anymore. Some of it still looks like me, but some of it absolutely does not. I don't know. So like let's take a few like Muay Thai brands or oh my god, this one. This was Hip Hop Woo. Dude, this is one of my favorite shoots. This one because it looks so unlike me. All right, Discord, where am I putting this? General? I'm going to put it in general for now. Here. No, listen. I found the first 5 that I found that were not weird. Here, hold up. Did we fill the team? I'll show you this, okay? General. Here. This is the type of, this is why it wouldn't work. I just don't think I look like this anymore. Here, listen. These are just some, like, these are the first 5 I found. So these are all within give or take a week. I don't look like this anymore. It's the facial hair, man. That's what's really throwing it. I don't look like this anymore. Like, I don't know, any of the actual photo shoots and stuff. Like, I just don't. Look at this one of my favorite. I can't believe this photo exists of me. Oh, look at this photo. I would never dress like this in a million years. Never again. Nope. Isn't this an amazing photo? Yeah. Yeah. Brave post. Yeah. How old? 21. 21 in these. This was all within like a week or two. No, like 21. Yeah. This is one of my favorite headshots. There's a few, but like the more I mean, I have like dozens and dozens of photos, man. Yeah. Look at this photograph, correct? Yeah. So it was a long time ago. You know, well, once upon a time, all right. Yeah, way back when. Oh well. I'm old now. Who is lead in this group, by the way? I am not lead. You list. What are we doing? Skyreach or what are we doing? Oh shit, Arson. We also lost Arson. Oh my bad. Hi Arson. I was ranting about when I was young. When I was young, I used to have fun and go to like the Eiffel Tower and stuff. Yo, thank you, Arson. GG's. I'll see you later. I gotta connect with you for the AF video soon. All right, GG's. I guess. Well, Arson, I guess really GG's. There's no more real beta days, so we're gonna be. It's gonna be a while, huh? All right. I'll see you when I see you. If you level any of your alts and stuff, we'll be here. You did great on Brutal's podcast. I was listening. You are still young. The thing is, right, I feel like in the last year and a half, I have aged about, like, 5 years. I really feel like I have aged about 5 years in the last year and a half. I look at some videos from when I was, like, started streaming and some of the old stuff that I was on. I was on a podcast, like, a while ago, right? And I just want to show you what this looked like. Right, like legend behind the cow Owu tank, right? Legend behind the cow Owu tank. This was only a year ago. It was just over a year ago that I was on this podcast. But I just want to show you how different I look. And this is kind of unreal. It's the facial hair more than anything. I think that was really a choice to have the facial hair. But let me explain. Look at this and look at me now. This was only like. This is just over a year ago. Like that's not 10 years ago. Look at this. I look very different. It's the same fucking shirt too. It literally is the same. I'm pretty sure this is an identical shirt. But the face don't look the same. Cuz this was it's the beard is a huge difference. Yeah. I know. Well, the thing is that I have a beard because of the kid. It's actually insane how different it's the beard. It's just the facial hair because it's growing, and basically I'm Obi-Wan instead of Anakin. Like that's the main difference, right? Like I'm just how old am I now? 29. Yeah. I just look at any of the old like videos of when I just started streaming and I was just like, oh man, yeah. I just think there's a big difference between this and this. Yeah, I think the problem is I got divorced. I think that getting divorced it aged me a lot. All of a sudden I became a real adult, you know. Like you were 9 months old without the beard. Yeah, because actually my body is not that different. Like weight wise, I'm about the same weight. It just looks way more like mature and masculine because I have the beard. If I shave the beard actually, then I think like if I shave the beard and like maybe like cut my hair or something though. You were cute. Now I'm. Oh, thank you, Dabsy. Appreciate it. You're terrified of losing your beard. I don't think that I would. I don't know if I would be able to lose the beard at this point. Yeah. I wonder what everyone else prefers. Probably that. I mean, I think that's. I don't know. Do you guys think your tan makes a huge difference? It's not tan. That's just lighting. I don't really tan. I live in a tropical country, but this is just lighting. I am pale as can be. No. I am reflectively pale, Dabsy. I don't think you understand. I am very pale. Yeah. Went from the deep to the deep, but 10 years older. What am I don't think I look that much like him, by the way. So, but it always is hilarious to me how much how much that happens in YouTube comments. Every single time I post a video, and literally every single time somebody's like, you look like the Deep. I think I've gotten that like 30 plus times now, and I don't really understand. I don't think I look that much like him, to be fair. I've had a beard since I was 17. It's the green shirt. Should we just join a key, by the way? Can you explain the difference between Sandlane and Deathbringer? There's really not that much of a difference. Like, whether you play Sandlane or Deathbringer, you're playing kind of the same way. It's not that much different, El Loco. For DPS it is, but for Blood DK it's not. Yeah. You do almost a clone? I don't think so. I think I look Deep. Thank you, Wisdom. I don't know, man. Maybe. But I don't really think so. I think that the thing is that for my whole life, I always looked young because I never really let the beard grow. Keep in mind that I will show you a photo and I'm going to post it in Discord and I will show you the photo and then I am immediately deleting it from Discord, okay? During COVID, I didn't go get my hair cut and I didn't shave for like 6 months and I didn't trim either. So because Thailand was properly locked down, so during COVID, like everything was locked down properly. Like way more than other countries. And that was a wild time. I will find a photo. I will post it here. And the thing to understand about this photo is... Dude, it's tough. I will show you this. And here's what you need to know. When I looked like this, my dad told me that if I showed up at his front door, he would not let me in. And it's kind of, you're like, wow, that's a toxic thing for your dad to say. But let me show you the photo, and you will kind of understand where that comes from. All right? So if we just go to my Discord here. Do not underestimate the value of a haircut, man. Do you have any change? Yeah. Do not underestimate the value of a good haircut. I do look like the Lost Beatles member. Yeah, this will never happen again. I don't think so. The problem is I've always wanted long hair. Like, I kind of want like a man bun, to be honest with you. The problem is that my hair doesn't grow like that. It grows like this. So it doesn't work. The funniest thing is, you know that I am significantly younger in this photo, right? Like, this was what, 5 years ago? This was literally like 5 years ago, and I look almost older here than I do now. I know. Isn't that crazy? Yeah. Look, by the way, this here, let's actually compare this. That and this is literally within, I think this is within a year or two. Like, this is actually within a year or two. Like, this photo and this photo is literally the exact, I think this is like the exact same year almost. This and this are like not that far apart. But yeah, don't underestimate the importance of just, yeah, what WoW does to a person. Now, actually, Theodore, you are correct, because in this photo, I was living in a house and I had just started playing World of Warcraft again. It's true. At the start of COVID, I got a laptop and I started playing WoW again. But in this photo, I wasn't playing WoW. This was pre-WoW era. This was pre-WoW era for a WoW. Actually, this is when I didn't play. It's true, actually, now that you mention it. All of these photos, all the old modeling photos, the red carpet events, the tuxedos and all that, that was when I didn't play WoW. And then this is exactly when I started playing WoW again. You are correct. I never even thought about that. You're absolutely right. That's exactly the timeline. It's funny you say that. You are correct. That's exactly when I started playing WoW again. Interesting. Very interesting. That's a good point. That is apparently what WoW does to a person. Interesting. Interesting. Well, yep. All right, anyways, should we go back to the game? Did we ever fill the group? Oh, wait, I'm lead. What dungeon are we doing on my Blood DK, by the way? Do we have a preference for what dungeon? Like Skyreach, or what are we doing? I don't mind doing Skyreach on Blood DK. Skyreach, Blood DK. I think from this point, though, this is Skyreach? Sure. No problem. The power of photography, beards, and haircuts. Well, I think I've shown the power of photography before because when you actually, if you ever get a chance to do a proper photo shoot, the power of lighting and makeup, too, is unbelievable. Like, very, very, very impactful, by the way. Yeah, having good lighting and a good photographer means the world. It's a massive difference, actually. It's a very, very big difference for what it's worth. Okay, now let me immediately delete that from Discord because I feel like with respect, I don't think that should stay in Discord. So we're just gonna take those photos though. Technically tomorrow, I guess, is the actual last day of Discord for what it's worth. Actually. Yeah, tomorrow, right, Dabs? We need that on a t-shirt. Which one? I wish we could look through my actual old album for modeling, but I don't know how to do it without showing you. Maybe should we set a redeem at some point? Like, what would be the goal if we ever want to take a revisit to that, though? Looking at different times. So that's the thing, right? It is tomorrow. So it's tomorrow, but not for me, because it's actually like 36 hours from now. So, like 10K, like maybe if I reach 10K followers on Twitch, should that be the goal? Oh, Skeezy wants to come, sure. So like maybe like 10K followers. Angel, I thought this is why we're confused. Angel, you were like, why were you confused? We're confused because you say things like this, but then you also say that you have 7 children with the same woman. And I'm just like, wait a second, which one is it? Yeah. What's up, Dragono? I'm returning to WoW. Yes, my friends told me they removed or forbid add-ons. Now listen, right? 7 kids, 7 mom. Wait, no, he said same mom, 7 kids. No? 3 kids. Oh, 3 kids under 7. Being in Southeast Asia, do you play OCE or EU? I play on NA servers, so I just play NA. Honestly, I'm just used to it. I just get used to ping, to be honest. You learn to adapt, to be honest. Yeah, I see. Okay, so we could play Fallen Crusader here, though. 20. Oh, damn, that's a lot. That's a lot. Damn, that's very successful. I see. Interesting. The concept of 7 children is terrifying. It depends on what you're thinking. If you're thinking about the end result, Kitty, sure. If you're thinking about the creation, doesn't seem that bad. Wait, no, I teleported the wrong dungeon. My bad. So no, you will still have add-ons, don't. The important thing to understand is that you will have all add-ons. They are not forbidding add-ons. In fact, didn't they just recently walk back the healer add-on too? Like the healer restrictions? I think they just walked it back because Herix had already figured out a way to get past it, plus everyone else, 3 kids under 7, 4 kids over 7. Angel, you're going to have a weird reputation in my stream now. You're going to be that guy with kids. Everybody will know you. Wait, bring me back. Oof. Yep. Now they said you can move the healer spells, correct? Oh. Oof. This guy's, well, I mean, technically Darren's, yes. True. Do you think anybody predicted for what it is worth, though? In fact, I went for an interview at a kindergarten and walked right out because, oh no, true. When does beta end? So beta doesn't actually end in a few days because it will still be up during early access, but effectively beta ends in a few days because realistically speaking, you're not going to want to play. No one will actually be on beta, really, while early access is up because everybody will be leveling. Like, I don't know how many characters Shin plans to level, but I have a lot of characters to level. Like, a lot is the problem, right? Like, I don't know how many I'm actually gonna get through. Most likely, and also I know that a few of the days during early access I'll go on vacation because the best time to take some time off of WoW. Early access is not the time to go super hard. Like the following 2.5 weeks is the time to chill. It's like a great time to like take a little bit of time away from the game, you know? Holy, what did Wiz make? If I get banned for that, I have no regrets. That's tough but fair. That's tough. That's tough but fair. Yep. That's reasonable. Yeah. Fair enough. Well played. Well played. Yep. Asto, what time zone are you in? I think that's the important thing. Asto, where are you from? Basically, for what it's worth, beta effectively ends today or tomorrow. Like, there is only really one day left, though. You see final photos for thumbnails? Should I make it a contest? Actually, I tell you what, if people submit really good thumbnails, I will consider using them. I tell you what, if you submit good thumbnail ideas, I might consider using them. I'm not completely against the idea. I will use some discretion, but potentially I could be persuaded. The thing is that my sense of humor will ultimately land me into trouble, right? When is early access? So it's the 26th, but actually for me it's the 27th because I exist in the future. It's Thailand timing is the problem, right? For me, early access doesn't actually start till Friday morning. It's basically Thursday late night, but I won't get on till Friday morning. So, yeah. My VDH is allergic to defensives. True. The release of Midnight, end of the month. Is it worth getting now, or should I wait for full release? Jeff Sense, the truth is there's almost no real advantage to early access if you're not going to try to level several characters. Like, if you only want to level a few things, there's not really an advantage. It's just kind of quality of life. It'll be fun to play in the first few days, and servers tend to be a little better because of early access. And I suppose if you really want to go war mode, right, then, you know, that could be fun. Like, there's always that, I suppose. Would beg to differ, sir. Yeah, I certainly will play early access, but that's because I'm trying to min-max my time. Like, I have so much to do. Like, I have to level my druid, and then this, and then that, and then other things, you know? There's just so much to do for me. So I want to min-max my time, if that makes sense. That's the idea behind it. The shaman here? All right, let's go. 3 p.m. PST Thursday. So that, to clarify, is 6 a.m. for me, which is not going to happen. I'm not getting up at 6 a.m. to play. Are you using AIS or fiber? For my home internet? Home internet is true. For my phone, it's AIS. We have fiber. Internet has no problem, though. Wisdom, that was a good edit. I see that in my future. Wait a second, Wisdom. The problem with that edit is that I vaguely remember, like about a month ago, right? My dad was coming to visit me, and I was giving this a lot of thought. I hadn't seen my dad in like 8 years. Like, basically, it was a long time. I saw him once when I went to visit, but basically, like, I hadn't seen him in a long time. So I just basically was really lost in thought, thinking about children, like, all the time. And because I was like, you know, I'm getting older, and children, and children really dominated my thoughts. And it was like, I was really giving it a lot of thought. And it was a weird thing to think about, you know. All right, anyways. The shaman went offline again. Is he coming? The shaman does not appear to actually be making his way through this, though. I always wonder, why do more people not have kids? Jeff Sense, why do you think people don't have kids, actually, though? I think that it's interesting. Everybody thought that overpopulation was going to be such a problem, but actually nowadays it's underpopulation that's a problem, isn't it? Like, actually, aren't most countries realizing that they're not having enough new children? There's actually there's a fundamental problem right now where countries are suffering because of underpopulation, and they're worried that, you can get a visa to Japan apparently, because motions in general to the world. It kind of does feel like that. I think there's a lot of good that's happening, but sometimes it gets overshadowed by the bad. It depends heavily on the country. Also very fair. In the West, birthdays are in decline. I mean, if I can't even get title, how could I ever manage kids? True. It's true. You don't want your kids to grow up knowing that your parents are a failure. Wisdom. They taxed. Did they really? That is hilarious, Stavons. Wait a second. Did they really? That is a very interesting solution. I suppose that's one way to do it. Yeah, I mean, I did not know. That's very hilarious. Did they really? Oh, man. Interesting. Yeah, I know, Lacus. That's why I was making that joke. I was a joke, but nobody seemed to laugh, so I kind of just moved on from the subject. Yeah. Zen. Oof, that's tough. Hey, Zen, by the way, I actually have a question for you, mostly, which is that going to involve, I want to organize my Discord a little bit more. Would you be able to help me with that at some point? I leave home at 6 in the morning and I come home between 6 in the evening, and I'm only able to save up to, yeah, I know. It's a tough world out there right now, but also I just feel like in general, genuinely, I feel like when we use social media, everything can seem way worse than it actually is. The world has a lot of good things too. It's a beautiful place. It's just, it gets overshadowed by all the bad things. There's always a combination of both. And I'm not saying that we should ignore the bad and just focus on the good, because I think that's a very problematic mindset. But there's a lot of good things about life. I think people forget that sometimes. It's easy to forget. Well, no. If you touching grass would actively make your life worse. I don't understand why anybody would want to touch grass. No. Like, the touching grass is terrible. Everything is wrong with grass. No. You should I'm trying to talk about enjoying your life, however. If you want to enjoy your life, you have to play World of Warcraft more. This game is super fun. What do you mean touch grass? Touching grass is better than being online? Why are you playing World of Warcraft? It doesn't seem like you're a very good WoW player. This is why you don't have IO, by the way. This is exactly the reason. No, the grass sucks. Nobody thinks that grass is actually this Omega Giga thing, man. No, grass is terrible. No one likes grass. Well, hold up. Well, all right, I hear it. You know that's not what I mean. No, I was just being lazy. I missed my first Marrow Rends. I don't know why my lag is so high today. It's higher than normal. No, by the way, my health will look like I'm in danger this key, but I'm just a blood DK. I am in 0 amounts of danger, by the way. That's why I have turf. Yeah, you can literally touch grass. Actually, it's a good point. You can touch grass while you are at home. I'm not going to die. It just looks like I'm going to die at all. It just always looks like I'm going to die. Oh, I think we actually might have had a DC. It looks like he DC'd. I think it's a solid choice for... Hold up. DC sec. What do you think is a solid choice for raids and Mythic Plus? My raid tank partner plays Paladin. I'm guessing Monk and Bear will get nerfed again. True. We don't actually know, Nephitus. Unfortunately, I can't answer that truly because we don't fully I can't say I know exactly what's going to be good for both Raid and Mythic Plus. There are a few things that I could tell you are normally good for Raid and Mythic Plus, but that's not like a guarantee in any way, shape, or form. I think that in general, if your co-tank is a paladin, then you will probably, if you're in a competitive raid team, you'll be asked to fill a group buff. It was a bone shield armor. Yeah, Wiz, I forgot my marrow rend. That's probably what happened there. I misjudged the distance to the cliff. I think it's how career-focused people are nowadays. I think that the same issue that's happened with WoW has happened in real life. And I understand why it's happened in real life more than I understand why it's happened in WoW. I think that in real life, everyone is trying to get ahead because you think that if you get ahead, you'll have more advantages and you'll be more secure, which is not necessarily false. That's kind of true, right? But at the same time, there is a certain magic that real life had when we learned crafts and, you know, I worked the same job that my dad worked, and he worked the same job as our grandfather worked, and then, you know, it's like there were certain values that were passed down, and it's certainly an aesthetic. It's more of a fantasy to say, oh, we should go back to that, because there was a lot of bad things too that we've progressed in a lot of ways, but there's something magical to think about the simplicity of how life used to be. And I'm not sure where exactly it all went wrong, but there's something, right? Yeah. Oh, with the Discord? Okay. We'll give Random a second in case he comes back. I wish they'd buff all tanks to Monk's level. Could be. But I think that Monk is, you know what I mean, though? But what's your opinion on what's that guy from said about having a right to be partnered up? And that's just, wait, which one is still... It's about incels having a right to be partnered up and the society should do something for them? I don't know exactly what conversation you're referring to, but what I can tell you is this. I think it's important to realize no one wants to fail in real life. I think it's Dr. K, right? That's what I'm imagining too. Yeah. I have fundamental beliefs about people that I don't know if everyone shares, but I think that for me, personally speaking, if I take a look outside and I see 1,000 people walk past, in my personal opinion, 1,000 of those people are trying their absolute best. They might be failing, but I don't really believe that anyone inherently aims to fail. I think that self-sabotage exists, but I don't think it's this intentional. You don't wake up in the morning and say, I'm not going to take care of myself today. Like, you try, you just fail. There might be several factors as to why. There might be several reasons as to why. But no one actually wakes up and says, I'm going to mess up my life today. You're just trying to make the best of all the options and information that you have. But I think that what people misunderstand is that we look at those who are failing or sabotaging their life, and you think to yourself, why are they so lazy? Or why are they so stupid? Or don't they see? Why can't they understand? And it's like, you don't know their life. Just like they don't know your life. There is a reason why people develop the coping skills and the actions that they have. If you attempt to look at the reason, it'll at least give you a potential for empathy. It doesn't excuse actions. It doesn't excuse malicious behavior. It doesn't excuse apathy, but it at least gives you empathy. And I think that that's what really people are lacking. The world has become divisive to the extent that it's always a me versus you, and it's never a how did we get here? Because that relies on context that's very difficult to discuss. So, in my opinion, to answer your question, there are all sorts of perspectives that people develop as a coping mechanism for the fact that life is hard. And people feel distraught. They feel like they've been thrown into despair and they've been put into a world that maybe doesn't care about them. Some people go this way. Some people go that way. Some people become incels. But I can't judge anyone for what they've decided to do to cope with the fact that the world is hard. again, this doesn't excuse the behavior, but ultimately it's important that you just have some perspective on why these things happen. Because if you blanket hate, then you don't come up with any sort of productive solution. Does that make sense? It also depends on someone's considered failing or wasting your life. Exactly. And again, a lot of people, though. You wish I recorded that? There's actually so many moments of stream where I go, man, I really wish I did record that. That's a good point. Fucking, I should record stuff like that. You're right. I absolutely should. The problem with the hashtag clip, if you do exclamation clip, it's only the last 30 seconds, right? I hate when people assume I am healthy because I look normal. I hate when people assume I'm healthy, Zeta, because I also look normal. Like these days, right? When does beta end? Like tomorrow. But look at me, right? So people will see me today and not understand that I have spent more time in the hospital than most people will ever spend in their entire life. You would have no concept of this because we are trained to judge based on what we see today. I think Random might have actually DC'd, by the way. So, right, the thing is that people have no idea because we're just trained. Our minds are trained to say, whatever I see with my little eyes, whatever I spy, is what is the truth. But that's a really weird way to look at life because actually life is significantly more complicated and nuanced. It's just that that's a much harder version to consider and think about. Does that make sense? What is successful? Exactly. You have to ask yourself questions. You have to be able to define what it is that you're talking about. And that's not an easy thing to do. What is health? And it's like, I don't think people... Oh, Pekka wants to come, sure. But the idea is that people don't even understand to begin with that the goal of life for me depends entirely on what you're trying to do. What's up, Pekka? What's up? But, it basically, it really matters what your goal is. For me, my whole life is bonus time. My childhood is very difficult to explain. Even if I told you what happened, you would be like, you wouldn't process because you just can't appreciate the fact that where I was, right, way before, compared to where I am now, doesn't line up. And that's a really difficult thing to understand, if that makes sense. We play WoW momentarily. But yeah, we see with our eyes, but we don't really tend to think about why those things have occurred, if that makes sense. Wait for a healer. There's always a reason behind people's bad action. It doesn't excuse them. Exactly. And that's all I'm saying is this is not a justification for cruel or bad behavior. It's just there's a reason why people end up the way that they end up. Isil, if that answers your question, basically, did I get to answer your question there, though? Healthy is what you do with the cards you've been dealt, not in comparison with the average? Yeah. I'm just trying to get to the next day. That's what most people are doing, Zeta. Like, that's kind of how most people have found themselves in. I think that it's a noble goal. But Zeta, how old are you, by the way? Zeta, you want to know something cool? This is something awesome. Sometimes you have to stop and appreciate the fact you are... Right now, you have a 100% success rate. Good for you. Me and your guy friends are scared to get married until mid-30s. I mean, I was married, to be honest, and it didn't go so well. So, fair enough, Manuel. Me too, because I got married when I was like 23. No, I was like, we were together when I was 23. I got married later. We got married when I was, 25 or something? I got married young. And then I got divorced young. So, don't take romantic advice from me. Yeah, you can heal if you want, Buitras. Looks like we need a healer. Such an American thing to marry too young, I guess. Yeah. Well, life experience. Logging in sounds good. Every day is an extra day. You know the advantage of that, though, Zeta, is all of a sudden, how silly is it to be afraid of living your life when every day is a bonus? That's the unique advantage that no one talks about. If you're struggling to get to the next day and you think that you're living on bonus time, like you can't believe that you're here today, you're like, I never even thought I would make it to 24. Do you know how cool it is? Because that means that there's nothing to be afraid of. That means you've already experienced everything that you possibly could. Buitres, who are you? Wait, which one you? I know you have a priest already. Love-a-lot. Who is Love-a-lot? I know you. Buitres, is that you? But I'm here if you want. The Holy Priest. I recognize the name. I definitely recognize the name. No, you're a monk. Oh, okay. I said I'll wait for you then. Just entering? Sounds good, sounds good. Yeah, as long as you're cool healing. What's up, Sean? I know this is not exactly WoW related, but these are topics that I'm passionate about this. I think that I wish more people were willing to talk about mental health in this way. I think that so many people they always talk about mental health as if you win and you have good days and bad days, but actually that's such a weird way to look at it. Like, you know what real recovery looks like? It's not having a good or a bad day. It's just existing. Like, that's what recovery looks like. If you've ever struggled with a chronic condition, both health or mental health, whether it's physical or emotional, the truth is, like, yeah, it basically is like what real recovery is you don't have to think about it. I understand, yeah. And I totally respect, by the way, that not everybody is going to really love talking about mental health. You know? However, we can talk WoW now. Spot there. All right, blood DK time. Let's do it. Oof. I should move more today. Maybe I'll go to the gym later. We'll see. I got so much Kagi load freed up. Oops. Addressing mental health. They just like to worry about pushing Mythic Plus. Well, this is a good time, man. The thing is, this is a great time to do it because there's nothing really happening right now. Like, this is the last day here, and then what are we doing with all the ice cream in the freezer? Eating it, obviously. This is the Giga Tech. The Giga Tech is that we get to eat ice cream. Because if people give subs, then we can get ice cream. Blood DK only feels scary when you don't realize that you don't have to heal me. You only have to heal me if I mess up, by the way. Like, let's just say I don't mess up. So I don't really need healing, to be honest, though. Mental health episodes are the best ones. Almost balanced and have the best advice. I think I just like the fact that his podcast has so many different perspectives, you know? Yeah, it's basically you think that you need to heal me. It looks like I'm in danger, but trust me, at no point in this key am I actually in danger, right? Exactly. Well, I mean, it's a little different nowadays, but yeah, kind of. But yeah, at no point he doesn't need to touch me. It just looks like he needs to touch me. But basically, you don't need to worry about me at all. I am hard chilling. Again, it'll look scary. But at this key level, if I die, it is 100% my own misplay. You don't even need to track runic power. You basically just don't need to do this, though. Am I all self-healing? I mean, there are other tanks that are actually tankier than me right now, which is kind of funny to me. What is this cocoon of shame? No. Don't cocoon of shame me, bro. I'm chilling. No. This is defeating the whole argument. I don't need this cocoon of shame. This cocoon of shame, that was actually a shame cocoon right there. Wow. Unbelievable, Buitres. No trust, man. No trust. I'm telling you, man. No trust at all. Yeah, so it looked like right there you were like, oh my god, he's gonna die. Like, no. No death here. No death. It's just one of those things, though. Wait, gifted subs. What is this? Zeta Healer gifting subs. Oh, yo, thank you. Thank you for the gifted subs, Zeta. And honestly, I do wish that we could talk about mental health more often. And I appreciate you sending your story because a lot of times it's very scary for people to talk about it. And it's interesting for me because I get to live in Thailand, right? And Thailand is a very different place when it comes to mental health. It's actually... It's got such a unique perspective on it because growing up in America, I worked for mental health organizations. I got to talk to high schools. I worked for NAMI and this, and it was like, I got to get this experience of what mental health is treated as. However, don't worry. Like, again, like it looks like I'm going to die, right? But I'm not going to die. Okay, I did proc perg there for some reason, but basically it looked like I was going to die, but I didn't die, did I? Oh, fuck, now I'm dead. Okay. Well, now I'm dead. But before that...
I was like, I thought we had a CC. Or my mass grip would have.
Well, now I'm dead.
Would have silenced. My bad.
Okay. So, listen. Yeah, well. Yeah. We're just going to pretend like that didn't happen. No. I just thought that I would get it, but I didn't realize that I didn't have a mouse over macro for my death grip because I wasn't planning on playing my Blood DK today. And all of a sudden, I'm dead. So, you know, it does happen like this. Thank you for the gifted subs, though, Zeta. I appreciate it. Yeah. The cocoon was like 2 minutes too early. It's true. Wait, Boytress, what build are you playing? Whoa, you're playing a weird build. Boytress, have you tried the other build? You're playing the caster Mistweaver. Have you played Fistweaver? Have you played Fistweaver?
I do.
Fistweaving is so much better. Yeah, Fistweaving is like so much better. Who wants that tank right now? Royal Sniper. You're the Warlock in here, right? Just one thing with the gifted subs or in your shit currency, so I don't know how much though. That's a good question, Zeta. Caster's better for raids? No, like, you should try Fistweaving for keys. I swear, like, any monk player who is not willing... Like, Fistweaving is so good for keys, man. And it makes everybody feel way better, though. Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, all right. Well played. Fair enough. I can go a little slower. But Fistweaving is just so much better, though. Now, I know you can do it, but, I mean... So, Fistweaving makes everyone feel much safer, to be honest. It's more about how safe it makes people feel. The 18 by top keys caster is better. I think that you can still... You have to weave in different playstyles, but I don't think so. Yeah, because... It's just because of how spin to win works. So if we're actually going to play this bird here, then let me build resources properly. I messed up the gather. Okay, my blood DK is not exactly very optimized right now. Especially if I want to go pull that bird. So basically, though, I didn't get the kick. Oh, the tank has to do everything.
It's because tank has to do it. That's because tank has to do it, and I was gathering. It's because tank has to do it. The DPS never actually kick. No, it's because DPS never kick. Let me go. Not blood DK. Let me go not blood DK, though, if you're going to play caster Mistweaver. I'm not going to play blood DK then. I'll just play my pally. DPS literally never kick. I have too many... You know what? Hold up. I have a solution for this problem. I will just do everything. Yeah, I know. I will do everything. And I got you. I got you. Yeah. I got you. We have a solution here. Okay? I have a solution to this problem. Are you ready? It involves me logging out and logging into a protection paladin. The second I log into a protection paladin, this key will be timed. It is what it is.
What's up, Tweezy? Thanks for the tier list again. You're very welcome. Thanks for hanging out, and thank you for the sub later. All right. Problem solved. Cool. Problem solved. All right. Easy solution to this problem. Problem solved. I will do everything this key, and now all of a sudden my team has to do nothing. This is how we do it. Yeah, basically, I'm putting the Thanos glove out, and I'm just seriously doing, I'll do it myself. Correct. This is, people underestimate Prop Pally, and this is why you shouldn't underestimate Prop Pally. This is one of those weird keys where, for some reason, people go to sleep, and that is okay. Here we go. Count down 10. All right. Yep. It is my time. Are we ready? 3, 2, 1. Bam. Oh, I have no combat potions. That's lame. Okay, so I'm going to do whatever damage I do is fine. Here we go. I do want that first Raven. So I will go like this. I will lock down every single caster in this key. In fact, I will be personally offended if anyone tries to even kick one of the casts. My DPS, I would be offended, actually. It would be an offense to me if anyone even attempted to kick something. It's my job. I got it. We can kind of chain this Blade Talon in. I don't actually think this is the worst chain in the world. I will even bubble right now to avoid this shear and obtain Snap Threat. I'm rolling. I'm going to sack whoever gets this Dreadwind. Here we go. Boom. Easy sacrifice. And then, from here, we can even burn a little Kings to help out my healer. Nope, I don't need DPS to kick. Just play Prop Pally. I have explained this before, but if you play Prop Pally, then you don't actually need your team to do anything. What's up, Twitch? You have a name that is the name of this website. How interesting. Watch the knockback. Perfect. I still kind of want to do the triple pull after this. Like, I don't think you have to be pulling. I don't think it's actually a good idea to be chaining this early. You just let your healer heal the Screech. And I could chain now, for example, but nah. Let's just keep this going here. Prop Pally can just be off healing. I can control mechanics. I can actually save my team. And my team doesn't really have to worry about much. So first, just finish this guy off. I'm not going to chain because he'll get one more AoE if I chain right now. And then I'm going to go like this. Oh, yeah. I already have his Huss. I have a few of them done by this point, but not all of them. Right? So at the moment, I need to be continuously working on them. I have 5 out of 8 for tanks. And then I have a few... And you have a few left to do. So I'll get that kick as well. I got all 3 of those kicks now, by the way. I'll show you at the end what the kicks look like in this dungeon. So yeah, I will be making very awesome. It's one of my goals is to make the most epic tank dungeon routes that you've ever seen in your life. I have a way to do them. They're on Patreon right now. There's a few for free, and there's a few that are locked behind membership. If you're curious about what they're going to look like, though, you can totally go check them out on Patreon. Can anybody do Patreon? But I will have amazing dungeon guides. I think I have a way to do them that will really help the player base. And yeah, hopefully they serve their intended function, which is just, it really can make a big difference, I think, if you watch my guides. I've been thinking for a while about how I want to be doing these, you know? So I have a really good idea at the moment. I'm curious to have some feedback. If people have watched my dungeon guides, then I would really like to know what people think about them. What do you think, Wisdom? Have you watched any of my more recent ones? I think the last 2 were the best so far because I've just been getting better at them. Like the Windrunner Spire and the Mysara Caverns, those ones are perfect. That's exactly what I was aiming to accomplish with these for a while now. Dude, single target damage feels so bad if you don't play crit wings. In particular. Caverns. I think that was the good one. Yeah, I'm getting much better. Okay, control left. Hold up. I got this. Control left click. Whoa, 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 whoa. Control left for B-Res. Someone made me really busy by having watched a tier list multiple times. Okay, but it was a pretty cool tier list, right? But it was a pretty cool tier list. Yeah, Harith. Every time I play with Skeezy, he's again, and I hate to say this, but it is true. It's just that the time difference means that I always catch him at the end of his night, and I have never seen him not die in a key. And the reason is simply because he likes to drink. And I always catch him at the end of his drinking. So he's just basically super smashed by the time he ends up playing with me. And I literally, I don't think I've ever actually seen him not die in a key. Like literally, I think over the course of about a year or so, it has never happened once. I know he's a good player because obviously he's like one of the best Frost mages by ranking and stuff. But the idea is, I ain't never seen it. And it's just because sometimes I'm like, oh, I wonder like if he's like, oh, I wonder what's happening. And then I go into his stream and I'm like, oh, yeah. You may have the longest viewer attention on tier list despite having the longest tier list. You think so? I wonder. The metrics were pretty good. I mean, I checked the analytics and it seems decent. But Wisdom, I mean, the whole point is it was just really, it's good content. Tier lists are such a wonderful time to talk about the game, man. I wonder what my dungeon guides will end up doing. Like, I wonder how people will feel about the dungeon guides when I make them. Okay, what is my freedom bound to? Would it be Shift R? It probably like Shift R, right? VDH players or something? Correct. They are indeed. I should react to my own tier list? Dude, me too. I mean, everybody's a tier list fiend, though. We've kind of created a culture where we're all tier list fiends. That's one of the, that's just a fact. At this point, though, right? We're all tier list fiends. Okay, so watch my bleed stacks. Good. The best part of the tiers were the details next. So, Cappy, a lot of people, that's one of my issues with tier listing is that we don't actually have that. Could I triple this? I'm going to triple it. I'm going to trust Buitres here. I'll be fine, right? So you go big gather here. And you just bubble it. And then we're here, though. So one of my big problems is that people do tier lists, but obviously they lack context. They don't actually give explanations for why they are doing certain things. And I think that that's actually a disservice to the community because a lot of times, I don't think you realize, a lot of the people who watch tier lists are not necessarily doing competitive content, but they're treated as if everyone is looking for being the actually meta top level content. But I don't think that's true. I think that a ton of people who engage with World of Warcraft on YouTube are actually just trying to do like their weekly 10s and weekly 12s. And so when you say something like Blood DK is unplayable, it's so trash right now, like, is it though? Because that's not really my experience with it. I think that Blood DK is fantastic for most key levels. Does that make sense? But that's not, their context is lacking because most people are just going to be like, you know what I mean? Like that's not really the context that people actually get. By the way, hold up. Let me show you something.
So this is overall right now. My damage is really sad in this because I'm playing Sentinel and stuff. But I wanted to show you this. If you take a look at overall kicks in this dungeon, it looks like this right now. There's not that many kicks in Skyreach, by the way. But it will look like this for the entire dungeon. I'm over here. Hold up this way. I love my cat. What's up? It's also true. Yes. And I also agree with that. And I think that, again, this is just super lacking from the conversation. It's like, I don't understand why, but it's super, super just in general, it's lacking in the conversation. Oh, I'm out of mana. Hilarious. Yes, Wisdom. The answer is always yes to that question. I meant to think last week because they could barely control the packs because they... Yeah. So also keep in mind that, like, even my just ability to off heal and stuff. Yeah. Still the answer is yes. Okay, I guess I'm just soaking this. Oof, that's a tough one. I'm just gonna soak one of these. I won't die to one fiery. I can't take another one, though. I really want to see Petko's Espri's damage, by the way. Wait, subs. What's this? Wait, Zeta, you're gifting more subs? Yo, wait, thank you. Thank you, Zeta. I appreciate the gifted subs again. And genuinely, honestly, what I appreciate more, though, is, like I said earlier, I just thank you for being willing to share that you struggle. I don't know why we live in a world where it's ever viewed as shameful or problematic to discuss what it is that you suffer with. And I wish that we would stop judging people based on what they look like and start judging people by, you know, their choices, kind of, if that makes sense, though. Isn't shit... No, I mean, I appreciate it, though. What about Prez Evoker? You can still play Prez. I have timed every single 15 on beta as a Prez Evoker. It's just, as I mentioned, there are some problems with Prez, but it's not like you can't play it, you know? Yeah, Slip is correct, though. Yep. I won't even get started with this topic, though, because ultimately, I don't need to talk about it. You already know. Maybe they're trying to tell you something, guy. Okay, I'm going to sack if I need to. Looks like he has us. Cool. Yo. Thank you, Zeta. I think that, as far as I know, when you gift subs, it doesn't matter what the currency is in. I don't think so. I mean, I don't actually know how that works, to be honest. That you might be right, but I might be wrong. I'm not sure. Thank you. I appreciate, though, that you want to choose to support streaming. Also, thank you, William Jansen, for the sub on YouTube. I see that there. Oh, I sack. I can try. Oh, my God. My sack saved his life. Nice. Beautiful. Beautiful. No, aren't there flavored ones? I swear, this is a thing. Like, I'm not even lying. There's flavored ones, for sure. Like, people snack on them. There's, like, that one dude who posts on Instagram. He's like, I got, like, lemon lime. I got, like, you know, creme brulee or whatever it is. There's that one dude. I saw it on social media. It must be real. My sack saved his life sounds so weird out of context. Does it, though? Does it? I think so. You don't need anybody to save your life. You got it. Like I said, Zeta, you're already winning, man. But if you do want to use World of Warcraft as kind of a way to understand how to save your own life in real life, then basically all you need to do is just find somebody with a very big, generous sack. Because that's, you know, but based on World of Warcraft logic, that would be the trick. And so you want somebody who would be willing to, you know, be there for you and give you just the biggest, most warm, welcoming sack. Like that would be one of the keys. You know, that's probably what you're missing, in fact. He's a terrible player. Yeah, I'm sorry. I do click Ducko Tekken, first of all. Good name, actually. But second of all, I do end up clicking my spells just because I am weird. It works for me. I don't seem to have any problems with it. Yes. Basically, I always have my rotation bound, but I do prefer clicking because it helps me get the timing perfect. It actually helps me play for what it is worth. What's up, Sumax? I've never tried it, so you can't say I'm wrong. So basically, you know that I work as a PT, right? Guy, you know that I work as a PT? That's like my job, yeah? So if we just get your hips mobile enough, then we could rectify this problem immediately. If you're, you know, down for new experiences, though. The actual reason is that Awu is doing content for new and average players, so he is doing method acting. No, the funniest thing is that would be a hilarious bit if that was truism, but it's actually not a bit. Like, this is literally how I play. It's how I've always played. Yeah, we committed. He committed. Hard commit. I respect it. I respect it. I respect it. I respect it. He committed. Could you recommend the best tank to play with my two friends who are going Devour, Demon Hunter, and Resto Druid? I would say there are many tanks that work with that. You could play Prot Pally. You could play, most likely from there, I feel like Prot Pally would be a really solid choice. Technically speaking, if not tuned, Brewmaster would be a really good choice. VDH obviously not, and Guardian Druid are kind of like out of the contention if you are playing that exact comp that you just mentioned, because you wouldn't want to stack classes. So anything that isn't a Guardian Druid or a VDH would technically fit into that. But I would say Prot Paladin technically fits fairly well into that. Yeah. You're welcome. No problem. Got you. I mean, Devour or Demon Hunter technically doesn't really lack kicks. I think that Devour is going to be a great kind of all-rounder spec. That guy doesn't even get to think about getting his cast off with me in the group. They're all mine. I actually get kind of offended when I see my DPS try to kick when I'm playing Prot Paladin. It's like, are you trying to take my job? It's like, who do you think you are, AI or something? Like, it really, it almost makes me feel like they don't trust me. Okay, so watch the shear. The shear will actually hurt me quite a bit right now. If I go pull this next one, I'll probably have to bubble, like, right away. You walk through, you go with confidence. You're going to bubble in, like, 3, 2, 1 right now. Perfect. And then you can settle in. I looked away and here we are. So basically, I just decided to take a lesson from Thanos' playbook, and I realized that if I play my Blood DK, I'm not going to be able to do everything myself. So then I just decided, oh, I should just play my prop pally, and then I don't have to I don't have to depend on my team for anything. Then this means that I can heal. Ow, never mind, I died. I was wrong. I said that too early. I spoke too soon. I was a second late with my Ardent. So the only problem I have with Caster Mistweaver is that it does not make the tank feel safe. It was pretty rough timing. Even though I am playing Sentinel, I was just off. I thought I could hold it for a second. Now, well, listen. So I will say, Caster Mistweaver doesn't really do tank healing. Like, it not that I should need it, but basically, yeah. I don't like playing with Caster Mistweavers because I feel like it defeats the purpose of playing a Mistweaver. When you play a Caster Mistweaver, you would rather have almost any other healer, to be honest with you. In my opinion. In my opinion. And it's just because of the profile of their healing. Where they don't actually provide... Like, the whole reason you play Fistweaver is because in AoE, your tank is immortal. I had everything. No. I mean, that was my bad, like, for what it's worth. It's just that end of the poll, I really didn't want to commit Ardent. I realized that I would have to, but I kind of bled out there, and it's like toward the end of a poll, Prop Pally is most susceptible. Not on Gather, actually. Prop Pally is incredibly good on Gather, but toward the end of a poll, that's where Prop Pally actually needs healing. And if your healer doesn't know that, or rather they just don't have a lot of tank healing, like here, I'm just going to watch out. Like right now, I don't want to press Kings. I'm going to have to on that shear, but see, I shouldn't. I want to depend on my healer there because I now don't have cooldowns for the next pull. And Prop Pally is kind of always playing this mini game of I don't really want to send cooldowns if I don't have to. But that does involve my healer actually watching out for me, though. Exactly. So it's just this awkward sort of gameplay loop on Prop Pally, though. So yeah, no, I mean, granted, guys, hindsight's 2020. I could have, but I just sort of assumed that I'd be fine, and I was wrong. But it's also just because I guess I've been playing with a lot of Mistweavers before, and in AoE, if you're playing Fistweaver, it is like 100% chance that you will not die. So there's a shear right there. I can lay on hands myself. I can also choose to kite out these stacks. Or if I was playing Dwarf, by the way, for the Kings, I'm kind of going to be in a little bit of trouble. And this is where I would need my Mistweaver to technically help me a little bit, though. And then I can technically use my Tempered here. But now, because this pull is not dead, like, I actually can die. I will die, in fact, right now. So I can kite this out. I can Hodge. Nope. Yeah. So because I use Kings, the reason that I died there is because I used, yeah. Yeah. So, no, if I didn't use Kings at the end of the last pull, I would have been fine. Mostly the problem there was that things didn't die fast enough. But also, Prop Pally, depending on that, depends on the healer. And I find that there are some healers that can help me. But since I didn't, it's this weird thing, basically, though. No. It's just Skyreach. Like, looking back on that, actually speaking, I guess I could have not done the pull, but that's because I needed that second charge of Kings. Like, I needed a charge of Kings going in there. But I didn't know if I would get healing at the end. It's a little awkward. WeTrust, have you not played Fistweaving before? Can I explain the difference as to why? Oh, good. Oh, no, we call it here. Oh, good. But this is funner. Okay, I got you, though. Hold up. Let me heal. Yeah, good. Are so strong, you just have to tell them how much damage would come in without cooldowns. I know. It's just basically like you have to be able to rotate, but also have a plan for that rotation. And since I sent the Kings earlier, though, yeah. All good. Fair. Yeah. No, but can I play Mistweaver and just give you a... I just want to show people the difference between like how the Mistweaver would heal. Not that I'm blaming you, because I could have obviously played that better. To clarify, even without a healer in the pull, if I went back and just showed you that same pull on my own, I would be able to just blast it and have no problem now that I have full cooldowns. Considering all specs, what would you pick? I'm learning more into tanking Demon Hunter versus Paladin. To be fair, not a great example of my Paladin. My Paladin has actually not died in a single key, I think, before this exact key right now. Do a tank tier list for that pull. If I was Dwarf, I wouldn't have died, and if I had my cooldowns, I wouldn't have died. That was not exactly the best example of Paladin gameplay. I mismanaged my cooldowns a little bit, and therefore it spiraled. That being said, you know, I would say both Demon Hunter and Prop Pally work. So if I did the exact same pull, basically, I could live this for quite some time on my own. Like, I'm not going to have... No, don't heal me. Don't heal me. Don't heal me. The whole point is don't heal me. I was just showing you that with cooldowns, Paladin is great. The only reason I died is because I mismanaged my cooldowns. And that was my issue there, if that makes sense. So here, I would proc my Gift of the Golden Valkyr, and then I would bubble. Don't heal me. Don't heal me. Stop healing. Stop healing. Ah, stop healing me. I was going to prove a point. I can't prove a point if you heal me. Ah. I don't think... Devour works with anything. I don't think you really have that issue anymore of Devour being something that doesn't work with other things. So you can see, though, that, like, see how much longer I'm living this? And that's without a healer in the pool, basically. And it's just because I had my cooldowns committed there. And then I would rotate back to Sentinel. And then here I would basically want to kite out or whatever. And just survive long enough that I would get back to Sentinel. And then from there, I would try to keep myself alive. And then here we are. And then voila. You see? Does that make sense, though? Of, like, the fact that Prop Pally is kind of reliant on that just means, depending on how well I coordinate those cooldowns, is whether or not I live. Prod has so much off healing. Like, you're not technically that starved, but it's very easy to misplay on a Prod Pally. It's gonna Devour Demon and a healer for off spec. I like both themes. What seems more fun for me? I don't know if I can ever give advice on what's more fun for me. Bleach Trust, you were fine, by the way. That was my misplay. I'm chilling. It's kind of like last day of beta vibes. It's hard to say. It's very hard to say. But all I know is I kind of want to heal now. Holy Pally talent build. Thread on Discord doesn't have anything. For Holy Pally, I like Lightsmith, personally speaking, but I think I'm the worst. I actually think I've decided that I'm the worst at Holy Paladin out of any healer. I think Mistweaver Monk is definitely my favorite healer right now. But as long as you have enough targets, you make your tank feel so safe as a Mistweaver right now. Like, that's one of the things about it. Because it feels great to be a Mistweaver at the moment. And it feels bad to be another thing. H-Pally is weird with 2 resources. It messes with my head a little bit. That's all. Shame that Wrestler Druid is going to be meta again. We don't know that for sure. We don't necessarily know that for sure. Tell me Prez sucks. I mean, Red, lucky for you, it does. Excuse me, I want to play him. It's fine. I am the monk healer. What's up, brain? Hello, stream. Hello. I guess we will do this. No, well. I am the monk healer. And I also like Prez a lot, though. To be fair, remember, Prez has actually healed. I have healed every key on Prez, though. I can see you dressed up today. Because of the green shirt? Yeah, thank you. Yep. Because of the green shirt, right? Yep. Yep.
I think that was more a reflection that maybe Prop Pally needs buffs. Or maybe it's just Skyreach sucks. I think Skyreach... Oh, wait, well, hold up. History is doomed to repeat itself. All right, bet. So now I have to heal a Prop Pally. All right, let's do it. Here we go. This is actually history repeating itself. Excellent. Oof. Oof. He doesn't even have a leg enchant. What is this? Abyss Saber. What the hell is this? This is cool. What's Abyss Saber? Holy. Oh, he's got some weird gear on. All right, hold up. Here we go. What is he playing? What's he playing? He's Sentinel? All right. So what are people's plans to level first? What are you guys going to do? Do you guys have a plan of what you're going to actually level first? What key? It was Caverns 15. Because I won't be playing Release. Which caster is the coolest? Mage. Like, Mage. The answer is Mage, to be honest, though. You're going to level Holy Paladin first, Retribution Paladin. How long have you been a Ret Pally? Since TBC. That's like 20 years. You've been a Ret Pally for 20 years? Litrophy, are you doing okay? Resto Druid, Resto Shaman, Holy Priest. That's a solid trinity right there, Angel. H-Pal to every other healer. Zeta, are you an H-Pal main? Arcane Mage. And I'm not going to level an alt for at least a few months. A few months? Really, Finns? Wait a second. Wait, what? You're leveling Prez Evoker first, Seren? I like Prez. You are going to have to work harder. That's just the reality of it, though. You've been a rogue for 20 years, Endure. 20 years! That is a long time. It's crazy how much history this game has. It's unbelievable to me just how much World of Warcraft, how long people have been playing this. Monk first, a tank for your raid team, then Dev for keys. Dev Evoker for keys. Interesting. Dev was so close to being good. Oh, Dev was so close to actually being meta. I'm so sad that they nerfed it. I feel like this would, you know what I mean, though? He is the ret main, apparently. But yeah. And then you got, let's see, Mistweaver / Brood into Augmentation, Argul. Augmentation, huh? I'm a recovering altaholic, so you want to commit to something for once. That's fair. That's a fair point, I guess. Druid and Demon Hunter. Laronin, what Druid and Demon Hunter? Are you going to play Devour or VDH and Guardian? Dev Evoker is bad now? Yeah, it's tough, man. It's just, I think Dev Evoker it had such a cool niche early on in beta, and then they nerfed it once, and it was like, okay. So it's going to be okay now, but it's not going to be great. And then they nerfed it a second time, and it was just like, ouch. So it lost all of its prio, and it lost its cool damage profile with Consume Flame. Now they're playing Scale Commander, and it's kind of like, wow, they don't really have a niche anymore. Dev is like A-. Well, the problem is that you would rather have other things than Dev. Like, you just won't see Dev being played. I think it's B. Like, it's actually much better for lower keys because it has such consistent damage, but I don't think it's very good for, like, I don't think it's good in general, right? In my opinion. I think it struggles in, like, higher content, though. All right, so Mysara Caverns, I just made a dungeon guide about this, and I plan on making a lot more. Oh, I need to stretch. So this was give or take the route that I did in my actual... In the video, this is the route I did, but I don't know if this is really... You gotta split a lot of this. Like, some of these polls are ridiculous. Wait, what build am I playing right now? Okay, we're just going. All right, bet. So let me explain, though, why Caster Mistweaver is just inherently better. Or sorry, why Fistweaving Mistweaver is better than Caster Mistweaver. And the reason is because of how it heals. So when you are... Well, let me first of all just keep my tank alive. So I'm playing with a Prop Pally, right? And hopefully this Prop Pally plays better than I was playing Prop Paladin. He didn't, though, because he just didn't get aggro there. And then on top of that here... All right, I'm going to external him right away. Fistweaving because no downtime. Because in order for me to heal this pretty rough pull, there's going to be healing absorbs everywhere. And there's going to be a massive AoE. Plus my tank's going to take infinite damage, yeah? So we're going to have to dodge, 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 dodge. I want you to look at my very complicated rotation here, okay?
I want you to see this incredibly complex rotation that I am doing. Can you see this right now? I'm doing 200k HPS, and a lot of it is going straight into my tank. And could you tell what I was pressing? My rotation's down here. So it just makes your team feel so significantly safe. Comment for this build, and of course, you suggest to flex 4th Apex or Tier Morning where you have the skill. Wait, where'd my tank just go? Wait, what? Why would it even get a chance to heal him? How did he just die? Wait, wait. How did that even happen? Wait. What? Why is everybody going to reset? Wait, what? I don't even understand. I looked left. I literally just looked away for like 2 seconds. Where did he go? I don't even know where he died. I don't even know where did he just die? Wait, what? Where are we going, man? What button do you use to heal there? Well, apparently none of them. So, again, okay, so now he has Kings up. Where's he going? Well, okay. So my job is, you failed your point. Man, yeah, this isn't exactly the best stream. I'm not making the best arguments here. It does look like he is not going to be doing very good. This is a red herring. So whenever you're playing, and this is what your tank is, this is what's happening to your tank, it is a very good idea to watch them for the rest of the key. But nonetheless, if I spin to win, and I TFT into enveloping into Rising Sun Kick here, then we're going to be just fine. So I'm super clueless. I want to heal. You need that guide video with Meg? Yeah, she's cool. So I just Shaylins directly into him. Keep that up probably, and then here. How does Resto Druid do that pull? You just actually heal. Yo, Tap Pally, what the hell? What are you doing? What is this? What is happening right now? What is this? Oh boy. I had to external him at the end of that pull. Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm not there for 2 seconds. Please. Please live for like 2 seconds. Survive. I mean, so if I have to do this massive amounts of tank healing, honestly, this is my favorite healer for this. I would not pick a different healer. This would be the absolute best healer, in my opinion, for healing tanks in AoE. That's me tanking. Is it actually? I hope not. Sometimes I worry, actually, because, you know, I haven't been a streamer for that long. But sometimes I actually do worry that, like, the person that I'm talking about in the key is actually the person that I'm healing. And I'm just like, I'm sorry. You're doing your best. It's going to be you as a tank. No, because you'll watch my Tungeon guide, so you'll be fine, though. No, well, I mean, what is Cocoon going to do, man? No, it should scale. His gear shouldn't be an issue. Ironic taste. Yeah, this is probably this is exactly what Buitres was saying when he was healing me. It's true. That's, you know, it's rough. It's rough but fair. It's kind of like the photo that Wiz photoshopped for me earlier. Rough but fair. Yeah, it kind of does feel like that right now. I'm not gonna lie. It's a combination of both of those things. Soul Bladey. I would say that, I mean, it depends on who's piloting it. The only reason I died in the previous key is simply because I misplayed. So, like, that's not actually, it wasn't a healer problem. It wasn't anything like that. It was simply because I misplayed. Now, because I've recently been playing some, like, DPS and stuff, I want to tell you that it was actually, you know, my healer's fault, or it was my DPS's fault because we didn't have enough damage, or, you know, if he was playing Fistweaver, then I would have been fine. But that's actually not true. It is entirely my fault why I died in that last key. So, yeah, I have no excuse. Okay, so hopefully, he has Ardent up. And then I'm just going to Shaylins directly into him. TFT enveloping into here. And then we have full healing amp on him. Yeah, you could also Resto Druid it. That's true. Yo, what's up, Kiana? I think I'm just going to... But also, like, I can do other things, like the fact that I could Ring of Peace that last Tank Buster on him. Spin to win is crazy. It is. But that's also why, like, one of the things I talked about with Megaset when we made our Mistweaver guide is just how straightforward and how accessible Mistweaver now is because of the spin to win. Because you can actually just spin to win. I wish I liked Monk, I just don't gel with the fantasy of it. Uh-oh. Oh, don't die. I am not there for the pull. 2 seconds. Yeah, this is the Mysara Caverns route that most people will be doing, but I don't like this man, though. So what would be the least stressful for tanks and healers? I guess that depends a little bit. I feel like for healers right now, actually, Shaman or Mistweaver are both pretty chill. Like, again, I'll always gravitate toward the things that are chill. So if I like something, it's probably because it's chill. That's just how I am as a person. Like, I'm too old now to, like, play something that's calculus. You know what I mean? Like, I used to be so much more okay with playing the thing that wasn't that good. Like, I was like, oh, like, let me just play Presovoker. But I kind of don't really like doing that anymore. I feel like as I've matured and as I've aged, I kind of just want to, like, I want to be, like, a good healer and a good tank, but I kind of don't want to work that hard. It's a combination of both because I'm just apathetic by nature. So Mistweaver and Resto Shaman are the two healers that would actually let me play like that. Maybe Resto Druid a little bit, but I don't know. Resto Druid's still kind of active in my opinion. I don't think Resto Druid is as easy as people think it is. I think that a lot of Resto Druids are going to end up just not being able to heal things because fundamentally it just actually is where it works like that, you know? I agree with you. Wait, what are we doing? So which tank is the tankiest right now? Again, that's technically a matter of personal preference because it's hard to say. This is a terrible pull. This is a really bad pull, but I have leg sweep. So once again, I'll be able to save this because leg sweep is Omega. I think that for a lot of people, it'd be Brew, but also there are some people who would say that Brew is the most stressful experience. For me, for example, I don't think Brew is not stressful. I think it's quite the opposite. I feel like Warrior or Druid. I think Druid in general. Like if you play EC Bear, you're chilling and you're super tanky. If Bear and Brew will be nerfed, what would change for tank balance? It would just give you more accessibility. Like you could just play other tanks without feeling as bad about it. That's all. So for example, they will be nerfed. We just don't know how much though. Even if you play a regular Raze build, as long as your Elun's chosen, I think it'll really teach you how to tank. Like, you'll be able to focus on the actual parts of tanking, right? So, just how much is he going to need me on this bleed? Does he have a plan? He does not have a plan. I look at the looks of the spells on Paladin. Try them all. You could, I mean, so that's one way. The problem is that at this point, since we're getting into midnight now, you kind of have to make a choice based off of what you can level. Because now you have to choose what's a level, right? And that kind of adds a bit of complexity. So that would be the real issue is like you can't really just say, oh, like try them all. Because technically speaking, you'll have to choose one to level first. Oh man. Have you decided the level of ordering? I have decided the level of what I'm going to order first. The first thing I'm going to order is vanilla ice cream. The one thing after that is probably going to consider maybe like a strawberry sundae. But but we'll see. Basically, I make decisions about what I'm going to level, knowing that effectively I'm doing everything. Like, eventually, I'm going to have everything, right? All right, bet. Mistweaver, man. I love this healer. So eventually, I'm going to end up playing... I'm going to have all the characters done. Whoa, oh, no, my DK about to die. Oh, my tank's dead. Oh, boy. Yeah. Yeah, well. Well. Welcome. This is what your Mysara Cavern is going to look like at the start of the season, by the way. Yep, this is, by the way, this is exactly what your Mysara Cavern will look like at the start of the season, just so you know. That's what it's going to look like. I don't like Caster Mistweaver. I think that if Caster Mistweaver works, I still think that in that case you would rather play a different healer. Caster Mistweaver is interesting though. What, drink? This is how you know I'm taking my gameplay seriously. Oh, at midnight, healer's trying to do 3% of the total DPS instead of healing? What are you talking about? No, I'm healing through damage. This is not me trying to do more damage right now though. For what it's worth though. Okay? I don't show gameplay as a healer, so I'm afraid the gameplay pushing. I think Hyphenate, honestly, if you like the class fantasy of Paladin, you should play it. Because for the like Keystone Hero type achievement, whatever you're the best at is what you're going to want to play more of. And whatever you play more of, you'll have more mastery on. Iron when healers still do super low damage. So yeah, no, like I'm not trying to do damage though. I heal through damage. So like all of my healing on the tank there, this is how I heal. Like, I'm not trying to greed my damage at all. When you see me in the boss, like, fighting the boss, that's because these are all abilities that I get from healing. From doing damage. Yeah. Ricky's, when is Midnight dropping? Oh, Hyphenate just subscribed. Yo, thank you for the sub. Much appreciated. Midnight is coming in about a day and a half. So depending on your time zone, for me, it's like 6 a.m. on a Friday morning. For you, it'll be like Thursday, most likely. Hard to say. In our key. Oh, I know, Beatrust. That's one of the reasons I died. I know. But it was also that I misplayed. I'm aware. Wait. Oh, okay. Wait a second. Okay. All right, Wisdom. The challenge is set here, man. The challenge is set. It's often better to play classes. It's 100% better if your goal is KSH, by the way, right? And all healers, right? His tank is right now as a Resto Druid and Caster Mistweaver, and are the only two capable of healing at 20 with current tuning. He's hoping for buffs to the others instead of nerf to those. That would be good, actually, by the way, though. I think it depends. I think it's Thursday night for most people, but for me, it is going to be a little earlier. All right? I believe we owe some burpees as the law demands. All right, bet. We have... I did put them, Wiz. I didn't want to be a little tiny, you know. I didn't want to be weak, but I put them as 2 today. So this will be 22 now. Right. Wait a second, 1,000. No, I didn't do the math right. This is actually... I owe you 20 burpees. That is the play. I owe you 20. I noticed this stuff. I'm trying to take care of myself. I'm trying to be reasonable. For Poland, it's going to be midnight. So, yeah, you're 6 hours behind me. In Thailand, it's going to be 6 a.m., basically. So, for Australia, it'll also be Friday morning, early access, though. Yeah, inflation sucks. It's true. Well, I mean... Oof, my bad. All right. I owe you some burpees. Let's do it. I'm not sure if I really need to test anything else, though. I really don't know what else we would want to test, to be honest with you. We could play anything. Is there anything in particular that you guys want to see that I haven't actually tested yet?
Like, is there any tank or healer that you guys want to see? That when we do the next key, for example, what would you guys want to see? Otherwise, we got to start working on routes. I want to basically have more routes and more resources, so I don't mind doing some of that on stream. Tomorrow, probably, we're going to be setting up our characters. Augmentation or whatever, though. When are we getting your rap album? It's already out. All right, when I come back, we're going to see. Justice for Blood DK. No. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8. Whenever I come back, I'm going to basically see whatever's here, and then I'm going to do it. So if I see some VDH, I see a few VDHs, I see a few Arms Warrior. All right, let me see. There's a lot of Arms Warriors. Unfortunately, what I'm going to do is the same thing that Blizzard has recently done. So, unfortunately, I don't have an Arms Warrior, so I'd have to make a whole nother character. That would take me too long. All right, there we go. Oh, nice. 20 burpees done. Okay. VDH with the most simple rotation possible. Okay. Flex redeem. All right. Ooh. Ooh. Oh. Ooh. Those are good. Thank you, Wiz. I feel tired today, to be honest. Oh. All right. Let's see what's up. Season of 15. Oh. Any song for the recovery? What are we listening to right now? Haha. I feel like we should change the music, to be honest. Let's play something else. Ooh. Ooh. Cardio before gameplay improves performance, does it? One more for good luck. I think it will be, Blake. I mean, I really like beta testing, to be honest with you. I'm a huge fan of it, man. I really significantly enjoy beta testing, so I will miss it. I'll flex your name. Ooh. All right, VDH. We can just see if there is a key up right now, though. Ooh. Not a few rubies. Yeah, that would have probably solved the knockout problem. It's true. All right, we'll make our own key. Do I have a 16 in my bags, or? No, it looks like we're just in 15. All right. What dungeon shall we tank as VDH? I don't mind playing VDH. Should we do a fun one, like a Pit of Sauron, or what are we doing? Saving VIP for just 497,000 points to go. You'll get there, guy. No problem. You get more channel points if you're subbed. Should we go Spire? What are we thinking? Thoughts, questions, concerns, comments? Preferences? Mysara Caverns, maybe? That'd be an interesting one on VDH. Now let's do something more chill. I think Spire is a really good key, to be honest. Should I do single button rotation? Ooh, could be tough. Wait, So's just joined at 15. What does he need? Oh man, he has a tank already. He's got a tank. Whew. Let me go to the bathroom quick, and then when we come back, we're playing VDH. VDH is a very simple rotation. The complicated part of this tank is gathering. Chance to do general? Yes. Yeah, 100%. I will. Just Dom things. Are you on Patreon by chance? So here. If you go to Patreon right now, I've already done the masterclass tanking guides. But those ones in particular, they're intense. They're like really, really in-depth stuff. In terms of what you're asking for and just how to route stuff, I will. But at the moment, does VDH flop outside of cooldowns? Not really. No, you just have to have a plan for things. So, yeah. Yeah, I will make not just dungeon guides, but other stuff too. What made me go to Thailand? Wellborn? I'll answer that momentarily. Let me just go to the bathroom real quick. I will talk to you. I'll tell you. Thailand's really cool. But it was coincidence. Basically, the reason that I came to Thailand. Alrighty then. I'm here. Whoa. Wah, 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 wah. Alright, I'm here. We've all used, wait, what? Public restrooms? No wireless headset, we can continue talking. No. First of all, what are you talking? Wait, why did I get disconnected? What happened? Wait, what happened? Wait, what? Is beta down? What happened? Did beta just go down? Wait a second. Uh-oh. What's this? Wait, they're not gonna like take beta down. No, Pekko's still in? Okay, so it's just me. Got you. All right. You asked me a good question, Wellborn. I didn't actually plan. Okay, got you. Interesting. Yeah, maybe. I didn't plan to come to Thailand whatsoever, though. Yeah, there's like a normal DC. I had no plans to move to Thailand. I just was traveling Asia in about 8.5 years ago, right? And I'd never been here before. I just decided on the day, I was like, whoa, my Demon Hunter glitched out. Why am I back here? This is super weird, man. Rosa. This is weird. This is super weird. Did I log off here? Oh, maybe I did. Sorry. So I'd never been to Asia. I was just traveling with my best friend, and she found like a really cool, like cheap flight to like a round trip. It was like $450 back in the day. And she said, hey, like, do you want to travel to Asia and maybe take a trip? And I was like, you know what? I would love to. I've never been. I've always wanted to go. I grew up watching anime. So I was like, are we going to Japan? And she was like, no. And I was like, oh, okay. Like, where are we going then? So we landed in Singapore, and then we spent a few days in Vietnam, and then we spent a few days in Cambodia, and then we came to Thailand for a week. And the plan was that we were going to come to Thailand for a week, and then we're going to go to Laos, and then come back to Thailand for the last few weeks of the trip. And when we came back here, I had this random feeling and this like sort of gut feeling of like, I feel like I should stay. And I called my dad, and I was like, I think I should stay. And he was like, that's a stupid decision. Like, what's your plan, man? And I was like, I didn't know anyone here. I had a suitcase that was about like this big. I got a small suitcase with me. We were just backpacking. And I never lived in a foreign country. And I don't know, I just had this interesting gut feeling that I should make it work. And I asked around. I said, hey, is it possible to make it work? Like, can I get a visa? Can I find work? Like, what am I going to do? But I didn't know anyone. I had 0 points of contact, 0 points of reference. And I basically was just like, you know what? All right. So what I'm going to do for now is I'm going to cancel my return flight, and I'll give myself a month to see if I can figure things out. It was December, and I told myself my birthday was in January 18th. And I basically said, if by the time my birthday comes around, I have people in this country who want to celebrate my birthday with me, then I will stay. And lo and behold, first time in my life I ever had a group of people who wanted to celebrate my birthday with me. So I said, okay, you know, and that was it. From that point, that was 8 years ago. And that's actually how I ended up here. There's obviously a little bit more nuance to that story, but it happened to work out. Yeah. I think it's hard to explain unless maybe you have also lived in a foreign country, or perhaps you've maybe ever been to Thailand and stuff, though. It wasn't too bad. The truth is, if you're a foreigner, and I mean, you know, how is Ping from time to get into kickboxing? Nah, these muscles are for show. You got to understand that I have market muscles. I don't have actual fit muscles. Like, I'm not that strong, right? This is the problem. All the muscles that I have, these are market muscles. So if I tried to actually do Muay Thai in Thailand, literally would perish. I would not make it. It would be not going to happen. Not even close. So, nah, and not going to happen. Has language been an issue? No, because most people in Bangkok speak English. If you go to the countryside, you kind of need to speak Thai a little bit, but no. You don't need to speak Thai to live here. And also, Thai is a tough language because ma, 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 those are 5 different words. Depending on how you say it, it's a tonal language. which makes it complicated. Like, it's very difficult to speak Thai properly for somebody like me who is tone deaf. And ping, I just always play with 200 plus ping, so I'm used to it. But ping is tough. Like, I wish I had lighter ping sometimes. But nothing I can do about it. I have exit lag. I'm not sponsored by them. That would be cool. They totally should sponsor me. Looking for my next sponsor. And yeah, but I make it work. You just kind of learn to adjust. I think that people... I certainly dream of what it would be like to play World of Warcraft with like single digit ping. I have no idea what that's like. I really have fundamentally just zero understanding of what that would be like. It would be nice though to perhaps maybe one day I'll get to learn, but for now I'm just playing with like 200 plus ping all the time. It used to be worse. Before I had exit lag, it was like way worse actually. Yeah, before I had exit lag, it was actually significantly worse. All right, we are playing, so Windrunner 15. A bit tired today. The tier list, I spent all my energy on the tier list yesterday. Windrunner. Moly, I opened Discord to that general photo whiz. Sumax, are you still in my stream? Because I can answer that question you asked in Discord. I can answer it for you on stream. If Sumax is here, then okay. You asked me a question in my Discord. You said, what are any tips to stop being scared of tanking? Oof, that's a tough question. I don't think there's no easy answer. I really wish that there was like a one-liner that I could give you that would just be like, oh, this is everything you need to know to just simply stop being scared of tanking. It's a bit more nuanced than that. But the biggest thing to understand about tanking is that confidence comes from reps. You know what I mean? Much better bang for your money. Is it? Trying Mudfish? I mean, I'm not sponsored by them, so I don't mind messing, I'll try anything, but I don't know about that. Exit lag seems to work pretty well, and I'm all right with it. But the idea is when it comes to, no. So there's a whole bunch of information about how to better understand, just like learning how to tank better. Yeah. The biggest thing, though, more than anything else, experience creates confidence as long as that experience is positive. I can't go on a full rant about this, so no complaining. You're fine. Because I'm too tired right now, so I don't want to go on a full rant about it. But I think the hardest thing to learn, genuinely, let me put it this way, all right? Let me say it this way. The absolute hardest thing to learn as a tank and a healer in World of Warcraft is the fact that actually sometimes you will brick keys. And you know what? That is okay. Like, that's the one thing that nobody tells you about tanking and healing, is that it is okay for you to make a mistake. Your DPS make a mistake all the time. You very rarely finish a key with 0 deaths. It's just that when you make a mistake as a tank or a healer, it feels way more punishing, but it's not. Like, you're a human being. Of course you stood in the swirly. Oh, you missed the button. Like, it's okay. That's what it really, that's like the real answer about this. Is just straight up, it's like, you actually are allowed to break keys as a tank or a healer, you know? Wait, Dark Knight, did I miss your resub? Yo, I just saw that there. Thank you. I didn't notice that. The 5-hour was a banger. Ha ha ha. Thank you. I'm glad that people like my tier list. Poochie. Shadow Priest. Shadow Priest is missing like a 10 or 20% buff, but I swear if they get it, they'll actually be a beast in keys. Should we just take them? Sure. Why not? Same question when I asked. Yes. You are the reason a key gets bricked as a healer. I think that it's both. I think that it's just difficult to overcome in both aspects, but ultimately, you have to be willing to fail. Otherwise, you won't actually be a successful tank and healer. Like, you have to be willing to fail and then learn and try again. And that's okay. Like, again, that's not a bad thing. Tanks never fail. He is always the healer. Maybe. Oh, I'm kind of tired today. I'm a little tired today. Shall we blast some music and then focus on a VDHK? Also, Alan says, I like you for what you're doing, but I do not like the direction of the game for Midnight. What are you struggling with? What are you worried, Alan? What are you afraid of for Midnight? Let me ask you that. Neentix just subscribed. Yo, thank you. I appreciate the Prime sub. Petition to ban all healers from the game. Wow. When are we listening? First, cooldown, pretty much. I'm off. Good night. Yo, good night, Hover. Yeah, just remember, like, you were asking earlier, too, like, hey, I'm healing and I'm struggling to, like, my DPS were standing in fire. Like, what am I supposed to do? It's like, there's nothing you can do. Like, that's not your fault. There's just straight up, like, it's just not your fault at the end of the day. Ooh. Not this music. All right, we're playing gaming music. Let's go. All right, we're going to play hardcore gaming. Are you guys ready? I'm going to play hardcore gaming music, okay? So you guys have to be okay with that. I'm just warning you right now. We're going to be playing this is not your average gaming music. This is some head banging, some Monster Energy, some absolutely crazy hardcore gaming music, okay? Are you prepared? Let's go. Let's go right now. Here we go. This is it. This is the moment. Too low for stream? Here. There you go. I messed up my gather. That was not a good gather. We're all dead. We're all dead. And I messed up my meta too. Well, we're all dead. Quick reset. All right. Let's just figure out real quick what happened. Because we're playing with an augmentation evoker. And just out of curiosity, what happened there? That would explain it. Last day of beta is not the best day for beta. Indeed. Indeed. I think the music, I'm listening to it, but they didn't hear it. An example, I mean, so there's nothing I can do about that. I'm just looking at was he in cat form or? He was not in cat form. He did cast a Wrath and a Moonfire. Wait, a Wrath and a Moonfire. No, he's playing Wildstalker. Should we give him one more shot? Okay, every single time that I have played with a Shadow Priest on beta, they do way less than tank damage. I don't know if that's... They're technically good right now, but every time I've played with one, they're really bad. Wait a second. Is this the same Shadow Priest that also did 50k in Algeth'ar? We had one yesterday, too. Oh, you got bolted. If you guys can't hear the music on YouTube, by the way, you gotta come to Twitch.
Oh, that's tough. What what happened to, what was that? Why did my wall come down so much later than them? The game is plotting against me today. I realize, you know what? It's not even me. The reason the keys are going so poorly today is actually the game. I'm just figuring this out now, actually. I've thought that maybe I was playing bad or something, but it's not me. It's the game. Like, what was that bug? I could have met it there. It's been a second since I played Demon Hunter, actually. You know, next time I play beta, can we actually spend a day? Yeah, he's doing okay now. All right, we're fine. Next time I play beta, can we actually spend a day making sure that I I make my UI similar on all characters? Because it's so weird to me right now. Actually, I rewatched Hercules recently, and that movie is so good. Yeah. Because my keybinds are also different between each character, too. I am noticing that my healer almost let my Augavoker die because he was in cat form. Always a red flag. Okay, that Restless Steward is dead. Let's go. Do, 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 do. I don't think this key is going to go very well. Just have a suspicion. I'm not 100% sure. But I've kind of got this sneaking suspicion that this key is not going to go very well. I'll do my best. What I'm going to do, based on the fact that this key is not going very fantastic right now, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to start pulling incredibly aggressively. You know what I'm talking about? I think that the right idea here is to trust my team based on how this key is going thus far and just start pulling massive. I think that's what we're missing. The key is actually not going well because I'm not pulling big enough. That must be it. What is this? What are we listening to right now? I was liking the first part of this playlist, but I'm not so sure about. Oh, my Aug's dead. Yo, Abuelita. Hi, Veronica. Veronica, yesterday, I made this video, right? I uploaded it to YouTube. I have no idea what we're listening. Is it Fairly Odd Parents? I don't know. I'm sorry. I can't alt tab out right now. Oh, it's Shiny. What? Hold on. We got to go back to the first song. This is... There we go. That's better. I don't know what this is. I don't know. Like, I'm not trying to, like, I don't want to be a dentist. Hold up. Can you not? There we go. There we go. This is the music. This is the one I really wanted. I just wanted this on repeat, to be honest. Veronica, you haven't heard of this because you're from a country that didn't have Fairly Odd Parents, I think. Am I correct? Or did you grow up with Fairly Odd Parents? This is what we were actually listening to. This is what real tanks listen to. I don't actually use focus macros myself. Do you? I was wrong. Never mind. Much I ever met. Did I watch Grim Adventures? No. Yo, aren't there some little ones over here? I really thought that... Oh, they're in those bushes. There you go. I'm going to tag them real quick. Aggro. Yeah, Mulan is great. It's actually so sad to me that the live action was so weird. Because Mulan is obviously like a fantastic movie. Pathetic lot. I would start singing along, except then all of a sudden you guys won't like me anymore. Make a man out of do. Surprisingly, yes, Fire Mage is actually good. Now, the problem... Can you guys stop pulling for me? Oh, Boom, do. Oh, stop pulling for me, Rayquaza. Oh, wait a second. Have I been blaming the healer this whole time, but it's actually not the healer? Interesting. It's actually not the healer. Oh, I was too quick to judge. Assuming makes an ass out of you and me. All right. It was the Og, because the Og just basically yeeted himself into that left pack, and then the Og yeeted himself into that forward pack. Why surprisingly? Because they were basically... So, Fire Mage is one of those specs that was supposedly very bad and, like, unplayable, right? But it turns out that, actually speaking, it is very playable. And it's actually pretty good. But they successfully sandbagged their spec for the entirety of this beta cycle. Does that make sense? Oh, everybody's dead. Bro, it's not going very well. Oh, everybody's dead. You know what? I'm not gonna lie. The last day of beta is not going well. Nope. I am the only one left alive right now. So, technically speaking, I could keep this alive. But as I mentioned at the beginning of this key, this probably is not going to go very well. Again, VDH is sort of the new... like, I am a Death Knight, basically. So... Are you the DK? Oh, yo, what's up? I think that we're having some miscommunications this key. It's okay. It's okay. I mean, technically you're immortal if you just press 1, then 2, then 1, then 2. Well, nope. All right. Jeez. Sorry. It's a bit... Yeah. The game hates me today. I don't know, man. Listen. Listen. The game does not like me today, man. Tank you were running the other night, please. Oh, it's in Discord. All builds that I run is in Discord. But I also will say that the game does not like me today. I don't know what it is. But I am getting game diffed. I'm getting game diffed, I'm not gonna lie. I think we have to be yeah. I mean, stream's still going, right? Are we still here? Unless I blame the ping. Oh, I'm still here? All right, bet. I want to say that every single player that you play with in Mythic Plus can go the distance, but unfortunately, that movie was made like 25 years ago, plus actually. So I don't know if that necessarily applies today. Hear me out. What if I healed? What? Let me know if you want to heal. Ooh, Rish. Yes, I do. Rish, come. Yes. Bring it, Rish. Bring it. Bring it. Also, Dinan, you were fine. Sorry. Obviously, that wasn't your fault.
Where I belong. No. I'm actually sad that beta is ending. I was thinking tomorrow. I was like, man, I want to log on and do beta, and I realized like, oh, beta's done. I actually had so many more things I wanted to test. To be honest with you, I wanted to test like some more DPS specs. I wanted to do all sorts of things. I am a little tired today, but that's just mostly just me being tired today. Yeah. Come. I just learned to have midnight launch. Too late? No, it's a perfect time, actually. Go. If you want to come back to WoW, this is literally the perfect time because the new expansion basically equalizes everyone. So nobody will be ahead of you or behind you. And whereas some people really like it when people are behind them, it's in general for the sake of gaming, not you want to be on equal footing. So I think this is actually the perfect time to get back into WoW, to be honest. This is like the literal best time, actually. There's never been a better time than this. Yeah, we can go again. I can pull a little bit safer. Oh, I'm a lever. I do enjoy the fruit. It's actually, I mean, so early access is not as expensive, right? Because you get 15 days game time as well. Like you get 1 month of game time, so that's like minus $15. And I feel like it's not too pricey, but yeah. Yeah. All right, so now that Rish is here, we're going big pulls. Wiz, if you're catching the fact that I'm tired today, it has everything to do with the fact that one of my cats, although he is extremely cute, he also screams at night sometimes. And I don't know if he's seeing ghosts or if he's just a cat, but I think he's just a cat, and I have not been sleeping that well. So if you do catch the fact that I'm tired, it has nothing to do with me not wanting to play beta. It has everything to do with the fact that I have a cat that goes... like it sounds like a dying velociraptor at like 1 a.m., 3 a.m., and 5 a.m. I'm sorry for doing that to your ears, but it sounds something like that. Everything has to have pros and cons, and the con of this cat in particular is that he is incredibly vocal. Now that's very cute, but at the same time, sometimes I wish he did not have vocal cords, right? He really likes attention, and if he's ever just up at night, he's like, attention now, please. So he's very cute, but I do wish that I could maybe teach him slightly to be less screamy, you know? Yeah. Your cat opens your door and screams at me. So granted, he's like super cute, right? He's just the most adorable cat that has ever been an adorable cat. But at the same time, part of me wishes that he was slightly less vocal. Now, to be fair, he has, let's see, 9.5 million views on Instagram because he's such a fucking cute cat. Favorite Disney movie? Lilo and Stitch. Easy answer there. Lilo and Stitch, 100%. Yeah. The thing is, right, like because like he's so adorable, but at the same time, like he doesn't sleep on the same schedule that I sleep on, so, you know. Yeah, it's a treasure planet now. All right, you're fine. I shouldn't need that much healing. Made a save. But this is basically the last day of real gaming. I mean, after this, I want to work on routes. I want to work on my dungeon guides. And then pretty much from there, there's not much else to do. You know? Animated Sinbad with pirates. Yep. Classic.
I don't know, man. This is like, it's almost weird. It's like, I've been playing this beta cycle so hard. It's weird that midnight's actually already here. And do 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 do. Lilo and Stitch got me as a kid because Stitch has a glitch reminded me of me with my mental health issues. So when I watched Stitch has a glitch in particular, that extra movie that they added in, that completely changed my entire, like, I was significantly overwhelmed by that movie. I don't know, remember if anybody remembers that one though. I'm so glad you're liking housing. Honestly, housing is one of the best things they've added for World of Warcraft. It might not be for me, but I'm so glad that they added it in general for the game. I am not min-maxing this spec very well right now. My damage is going to be a little low, but that's okay. What are you starting midnight with? Definitely Druid. Druid's my favorite thing, Rotuns. So I'll level my Druid first and then make a decision from there. I'm sure he'll come up with a good spec. No worries. I have full faith in that man. I have full faith in him. A fellow tree hugger. Nah, Druid is great. I think Druid is a great spec to level with, and overall, I'm just a fan. So I'll want to play my Guardian probably first and foremost. Oh. I don't have a stop for that, actually. Where is my imprison? Do, 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 do. I don't have a stop. Whoa, my healer is having to work extra hard here, man. Yo, yeah. If I miss your comment, by all means, come to Twitch, by the way. 100%. Right idea. Careful. Except I welcome. Oh, I messed that one up. Holy. About to die. Oh, no, I'm gonna get stunned. Oh, I'm super dead. I proc cheat. Holy. Bro, I can't believe I just did that. I got stunned. Oh, I'm playing catch up. My bad. That was so bad. That's like the one thing you literally can't do is get hit by the blue thing that comes. That's the one thing. I live those barely. Hi, Abby. Nah, I have proc cheat. It's okay. Hey, welcome. That's the one thing you can't do is get hit by the very obvious blue thing that actually... It's actually not that obvious, to be honest. That actually is a mechanic that maybe should be telegraphed a little better. All right. I'm going to trust the fact that I'm going to somehow live this next big pull as well. There's some right over here. There you go. Don't hit things yet. Okay, I snapped threat for a second. Welcome. Gaming. Holy. Oof. Sometimes there are like certain tanks that make me like lock in more than others. Mostly VDH because it's actually really good right now, but I don't play it that well normally, so I have to like game a little harder sometimes. Especially when I'm just very tired today. I'm very like sleep deprived, so I'm certainly not playing my best. Also, this maybe is actually my favorite movie. Actually, I might change. Can I change my vote from Lilo and Stitch? This might be better than Lilo and Stitch, to be honest with you. Yeah, this might actually be the right answer. Yeah, amazing movie, unbelievably good movie, like way significantly ahead of its time type movie. Good job, Rish. I have chains for the next set of stops. Nice stop there. It's going to be right now. No more stops. Yeah, this one is such a good movie. All right, now we have funnel. So if you don't actually pull these early, then what you can do is you can grab funnel here for boss. And then I sigil it to make sure we have aggro. Yeah, actually, it's genuinely such a good movie. Unbelievably strong movie. It's one of those kind of almost underappreciated movies because it's like it didn't somehow get the attention that it deserved. But yeah, unbelievably good movie. Is a fool and a liar? No. I'm pulling very aggressively because I trust my healer because I know the healer in this key. So because I trust him, I'm doing this, but you don't have to pull this big. And I'm just asking him to do a lot because I trust him. Which tank do you like the best? For me, I only like VDH and Pally. I think my favorite tank is Guardian for sure, but in terms of... I think that Guardian just has my heart. It fits my playstyle the best. But I don't mind a few other tanks. Like Paladin is actually one of my favorites. I was playing it quite poorly earlier today because I was a bit, I guess, sleep deprived. That's my excuse today. If you see me play really bad on a tank, it's because I haven't slept enough. That's the reason, by the way. Just to clarify. No other reason. Of course. Just that. That's the only reason. And I'm not min-maxing my VDH that well right now because I should be getting better bombs out. How about Phil Collins carry? He did carry it, it's true. That's a good point, Rotund. I feel like Disney... It's not just Disney, but it's media in general that has really lost the plot recently. I don't know why they don't make movies the way... I do know why, actually, and it's sad to me why they don't make movies the way they used to make them. They're intentionally not designed to make you think anymore, or to make you feel. Like, movies are designed just to make you distracted. And I think that's sad, by the way. Veronica, do you have a favorite Disney movie? Inside Out. I think that Inside Out was okay. But I think that they still went a little too light with it. Except for the elephant. That was sad. The elephant was the only real part of that movie. Even I was thinking like Frozen when it came out. I was like, wow, this is really good. And then I thought about the messaging more. And I was like, I don't think it's that good. I never watched the second one, though. I did not. To be fair. I don't know what we're listening to, but I'm kind of feeling it. I don't. What are we listening to? Actually, I'm like jamming to it, but I don't know what is it. Oh, it's from yeah. I was wondering. I was like, why am I feeling this so much? I was like, oh, that's why. Just a banger movie. It's deeper emotional. Yeah. It's The Greatest Showman. Yep. Do I speak Thai fluently? No, Navira. I do not. I don't think so. I would love to say I do, but I don't actually, though. Why are you clicking spells? It's just how I play. I don't know. Let's just call it how I play the game. So once the caster dies, we chain in, but not before. I'm like way too tired to play VDH perfectly right now. I'm making so many little mistakes. So they'll come in now. I stun first, and then I chains into a silence. But I missed up my silence because they were desynced a little. My bad. No, I think it's a reflection on media in general. Even like you think about the really popular anime, and although they do make you feel things, it's like you don't really have the it's like the attention span for people to really connect with and pay attention to a whole story like Naruto or even One Piece or Dragon Ball or anything. Like it just doesn't really exist anymore. I feel like people really want like what Jujutsu Kaisen has to offer. Even Demon Slayer is like pushing it. It's like it has it, but they intentionally don't go too far with it. Like it's a lot of flash and it relies on just like we have more options than we've ever had, but for some reason it doesn't seem to do well when a movie like really makes you think. Thai is a tonal language, so it's very hard for me. Yeah, don't judge me too harshly for my tank gameplay in particular today. I'm telling you, I'm like way too sleep deprived to actually be doing like high keys. Hence why we're doing 15s. So I'll miss some stops like that. Chains was late. Ow. Yeah, it'll be weird. Oh, my healer had DC'd. Oh, that makes way more sense. I was like, wow, this pull is really hurting me. I don't remember it hurting this much. I must be really tired. And I realized my healer had DC'd. That makes way more sense. Yeah. What's your highest Mythic Plus rating this last season? I stopped around Turbo Boost, so my Druid was like 3,600. And then in pre-patch, it was like 4,100. But I didn't really play that much this last season. Normally, I'm like 100 points below title because I just give up at the end of the season. So I play like the first like 4 months or something, and then I don't have a team, so I don't really want to pug the last few key levels. So I tend to sit like about 100 points below title just because I can't be asked to actually play that long. And the thing is, I don't want it bad enough for me to like grind out the last 1 or 2 key levels that I actually need. And I'm not going to buy it, so I don't end up getting it. In general. Except for Dragonfly Season 2 when Bear was really good. So I end up just getting like several characters to, I don't know, whatever it was this last season. I think I have like 6 characters at like 3,600, 3,700. But this beta cycle came out early, so the second that beta came out, I haven't done a single retail key, basically. Maybe next season, if I have some more consistent people to play with, I'll go for it a little. Mythic Zeros are, yes, correct, easy. That is right. All right. I want to pull funnel, but it's probably a bad idea. I'm going to do it anyways. No kicks. Okay, one of the blades goes off, but I think it should be all right. Boom, boom, boom. I don't know what we're listening to really exactly right now, but it's okay. Heroics and it's a little different this season. They've changed it from how they were doing it. So just keep in mind it's slightly different. You've never done a mythic dungeon? How do I prep for them? Depends. Are you playing a tank healer or DPS plasma? A DPS, for example, you don't really need to do that much to prepare for them, then, to be honest. You can kind of just play them. Ah, a classic song. This song I do know. What's up, Moa? Moa, what are you doing first, man? I don't think I ever saw the Goofy movie. I'm not going to lie. I played Kingdom Hearts. That bolt. Do. Do you know what you're leveling first in WoW? I remember you being kind of an ultaholic like me. Is Saloon significantly worse? It just has lower damage, Vanitas, but it's not like squishier. What's up, Aaron? Can you guys tell how sleep deprived I am? I could really use some sleep, man. Oh man. Oof, yeah, I know. What's like, what am I gonna do? It's like 6:30 p.m. for me. I don't think I'm really gonna you know what I mean? Like, I'm not really gonna end up like taking a nap right now before work later. We're gonna run out of room here. I'm starting at a DK Druid Hunter. Hold up, let me get this hook. I don't think this is that bad, to be honest. What do you mean a new Kingdom Hearts game, by the way? How many Kingdom Hearts are there? I only played 1 and 2. This was like way back when. This was back on my PS2 or something like that. There's 3? Oh, okay, that makes more sense. I thought for a second you were going to be like, there's 7. I was like, what? 4 in the making. Part of me kind of wants to have like a day of cozy gaming where we kind of just play something like Kingdom Hearts or like an old Final Fantasy game or something like that. I think that'd be awesome. That'd be super cool. That's what Veronica does. She basically just plays cozy games. Kind of, although apparently we may have converted her to World of Warcraft. I don't know if we're going to time this right now, but we could try. Wow. And put the music slightly lower. You know, based on how this key has been going, I would say that what I'm about to try is a very bad idea. But, based on the fact that I want to do it, I'm going to do it, so we'll see.
because I do have Sigil of Chains, which can group them in like this. And then we have the meta reset, of course. And everything is brand on them. He is. Indeed. I should have Darkness before that. That's okay. I feel pretty independent on VDH. I feel like VDH is actually super strong right now, and it's just overshadowed by the fact that the Devour will probably be better. Hmm? Wait, did I just double Fiery Brand in 2 globals? Oh, I might have. No Blast? Yes, Ninja. Now, especially because I learned how to play Sub-Rogue today, so actually, yes. If you are curious about Rogue, I did a guide with Shindig earlier. And that will actually be a lot of fun. The one thing I think is massively overhyped this beta cycle, and I'm honestly not sure where it comes from, but why do people think that AUG is going to be meta? Like, I haven't actually seen proof of this yet. I think that the only explanation is that for a while, you know, you had this sort of demonology arcane dominance, so maybe by that logic, it was like, oh, well, if AUG buffs them, like, it's going to be really good, but I don't know, man. I'm not seeing it, to be honest. And I haven't seen it actually, even though I've played it too, and I was like top single target on a boss, but that was because my other DPS were having some issues. I don't think so. Like, Wiz, do you think we're gonna see AUG meta? Honestly, what do you think? I have my doubts. I don't think so. I think it will feel less bad to play than it currently feels on live, but I don't think we're going to see it. The amounts of things that would have to go for AUG to be this, though, I don't think so, man. The Hados don't see the logs. I am part of the logs, though. Like, I have logs where I'm doing top single target, but that's because it was early on in beta. But that's because beta was like this weird situation where you had 2 DPS that were overtuned and overperforming. But that's not going to happen. Like, that's not actually going to be the state of the game going forward. Oops. We'll see. Okay, so I was going to work on all my dungeon routes today, but to be honest with you, I ended up getting distracted and actually doing keys. It's very possible that if I stream tomorrow, by the way, I might literally end up actually just doing dungeon routes for the day. Because I have too many dungeon guides that I still have to make. But I want to add the MDT route with notes, and I think each one will take me about 45 minutes. Oh, I'm being lazy. I'm sorry. It's my job to take that. Oh, my team might die here, and honestly, if my team dies, that's on me. So hopefully they don't die. Oof. I also think, by the way, that it's possible that we haven't all seen this dungeon before. Okay, I will take the next leap. I'm sorry. I won't be lazy. Okay, so if they play melee here, though. There you go. Especially as a demon hunter, it's not hard for me to take that hit, so careful. Watch out. What are you doing tomorrow, Wiz? What's your plan? You have in real life things, apparently? Interesting. Can sub compete in overall? Yes. Have to be in the office. The good old work. I see. Yes, actually, it totally can, Ninja. Yes. If you're interested in playing it, absolutely. By the way, so from this point, I have some stuff that I could post, but I'm probably going to go like a day or two without posting something on YouTube potentially. I have been posting every day, but I'm pretty sure that tier list should hard carry for a little bit. I think the tier list is like 5 hours worth of content. So probably from this point, I will take like a small little break, and then I'll finish my dungeon guides. And only when they're finished am I going to end up putting them out. I don't want to put them out early in case I want to redo them, because I want the quality to be really high. So I might have to rewatch some of them and then make a decision from that point. We'll see. I think my Sara is really good. I think that Windrunner is really good. I don't like the fact that the end of the Nexus wasn't actually shown. I wish that we had seen the end of Nexus. Yeah, I mean, that's like the best time. So what I think people, again, misunderstand is like the best time to take off of WoW will be during leveling. Like early access is actually the best time. That is literally the best time to take off World of Warcraft. Because there's not much to do. You can only level. You can get ahead on some gold making if you really want to, but I'll basically be dungeon spamming. When I'm dungeon spamming, by the way, if anybody wants to level with me, that's fine. Like, we can do dungeons together. I just won't be able to do the campaign. I'll probably do on my own because I don't want to have to wait for people or like sync up, and my timing is a little off. But basically, the second we get into alt leveling, like, we can just game. If anybody wants to do some dungeon spam. Yeah, I'm gonna, because I have to level so many characters, so it's gonna be one as a prio, and then the rest is gonna be as many as I can get. We'll see, basically. It is notoriously a good time to make some gold if you are interested in that. I don't think... Like, I think that I could... I think I'm okay with gold, though. As it makes you a bad player, you could literally or did play blindfolded in there. It's okay, Rotund. I don't take offense to anything on the internet. Like, honestly, the truth is, I don't actually take offense. When people argue, like, even in the tier list, I don't know if you watched the whole video, right? But, so, if you were watching the tier list, there was some, like, people who came in and were, like, causing a ruckus, right? But it really doesn't bother me. What potions should we be stocking? There is technically an ideal way to do this, Manbrave, but the actual truth of it is that it doesn't matter. So, like, technically speaking, the ideal is that you really want to, like, track speed stuff. So there are, like, some speed. You can enchant your gear with speed. You can do some, like, elusive blasphemite tech or whatever, but it doesn't actually matter. You know, you can, though, right? Well, also, I think that people misunderstood the type of thing, though. You get to 4K. I mean, like, we'll see. Like, I don't know. It doesn't really limit my gameplay. It's just because I think that people also misunderstand. I'm not actually clicking at all of my spells. Like, I'm not clicking anything right now. It's just that in order for me to get the timing perfect, I click. Now, I click mostly just my cooldowns, which you don't want to send at the wrong time. So I'm not, like, actively actually clicking literally everything. There's a weird thing with WoW that it's like, oh, if I just get Gingy's UI, or if I just actually get his action bar set up, then, you know, then all of a sudden, like, that's going to make me do as much damage as Gingy. It's like, it's this weird thing where I don't actually know where that comes from. You should
ultimately you should do whatever is most comfortable for you. But for me, shifting my pinky to shift is less reliable than me clicking on the spell because I'm very uncoordinated, you know? Like I have terrible coordination. So having to use modifier keys does not actually make me more accurate. It makes me significantly less accurate. I could do it, but it doesn't actually help my gameplay. That was pretty close. Oh, wait a second. No, there's 10 seconds left. Wait a second. I didn't realize. I forgot. Ooh, pretty close. So tomorrow, I'm not sure what the plan is tomorrow. I guess early access won't actually be out yet, so I can't start leveling early. I wonder what the plan is. GG's. Rish, thank you for healing. Oh, yeah, close. Pretty close, actually. Oh, man, I'm tired. All right, I'm beat. I'm clearly too tired to do more keys, though. I am obviously too tired. I was jamming for a second, and then all of a sudden, I started crashing. So I'm going to go have dinner. The game will always be suboptimal, but evidently you can get to higher rate area without it. But why is it sub? I don't actually agree that it's just always suboptimal. Like, is it really that suboptimal to click? Why? You still have to do this, right? This left, you still have to go like this to go shift or whatever to use your keybinds. So that takes you like half a second, like a split second, right? But it takes me the same amount of time to click the thing. So I'm actually wondering about that. It's slower? Is it? I don't think so. Like I've actually tested it so many times, and for me, it's not slower. At least it feels just as fast. If anything, it feels faster for me. That's why I do it. It actually, it doesn't make my gameplay better, if that makes sense. Like, it's not Counter-Strike, but also I don't play Counter-Strike. You know? Demon, I feel really good. Oh, I was chilling. I was playing pretty lazy. But thank you, Rich, for coming to heal for a key. I'm glad I caught you at the end. So tomorrow, I'm not sure exactly what the plan is. There are so many different ways that let's see. Like where you were clicking. But my action bars are here because most people use a cooldown manager, Elwin, but I don't. So for example, like most people are like, this isn't, I have my actual action bar here. So I don't know. I don't feel like I miss kicks. Like I don't feel like I play suboptimally at all. Just clicking is optimal. Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. I'm not like, my rotation is always bound. Like 1 through Q is bound. But then I just click my meta. Like I'll click meta or fiery brand. And then this means that, like, actually, because I can keep spamming my rotation while I'm doing this. You know? Like, the whole point is, though, now I don't have to lose my rotation at all. So I really don't know if I, like, truly learned how to not do that, if I would actually feel better or not. That would be a really interesting question. I'm not so positive about that, though. Rolling Blood DK, why are they valued so low? It's just a high key thing, Palms. They don't just work fine, but they're great for like 3k IO, if that's what you're interested in. People in Horrible from clicking, it's just ignore it, do you? Yeah, well, that's okay, though, you know? We're listening to Spirit soundtrack. This is all the way back from Spirit. Wow. That is a long time, dude. Wow. Long time. I don't understand preference is a thing? Oh, that's fine, though. Wait, Muzz, what's up? Why'd I miss the redeem? I'm tired. I'll fox ears for a minute. All right, I bet. What's up, Muzz? Wow. But Palms, like, Blood DK is going to be just fine for the vast majority of things. You don't have to worry about it whatsoever. What's up, Muzz? Are you excited? Midnight's almost here. We're getting close. We're getting close. There's countless extremely high players that click and keyboard turn. Yeah, I am pretty hyped as well.
It is quite exciting. Quite exciting indeed. I'm just wondering, running with Pug is going to be like, at least we have a tank? Yeah. All right, Algeth'ar, where at the end of the day, you have to find what works for you? Yeah. I don't think I can guarantee people who click would do better if they didn't. But Elwin, you're missing context here because I have a genetic condition which makes my fingers be super weird. So my fingers don't work like your fingers work. You see? So what you're missing is like, you're assuming that I have the exact same hands as you have, but I don't. My fingers are weirdly bendy, and so when I try to use a shift modifier, the chances of me accidentally going to control is very high. Like my finger will shift off of shift and I'll hit control or alt or whatever. I might just tab out of the game on accident. That's one of the reasons that I developed this, is because my right hand is numb. It's also like I don't use a mouse. My mouse only has one button. I don't have like a gaming, I just have one button here. And the reason is because this is the same button. And it's because I can't feel my fingertips. I have no feeling in my right hand. So it's just like, for example, yeah, but I can't use the buttons on my mouse. I wouldn't be able to feel them. In fact, I would almost certainly mess up. It would be very suboptimal for me to try that, though. Non-raised EC build compared to the DOTC, it's about 20 to 30% less damage. But DOTC is getting nerfed 100%, right? So it's worse, but not that much worse, Lord Vader. Like, reasonably worse, you know? One more day. What's up, Jugshot? Jugshot, I was just about to say hi to Addison, actually. But just know, I don't know what he's doing, but we're going to go say hi to Addison, okay? Tomorrow, I think I'll stream, probably. But in case I actually take tomorrow off, Discord is here if you so desire. I might end up taking tomorrow off stream, just to work on routes and stuff. We'll see how tired I am. Maybe it'll be a nice little rest day. And then if so, I'll see you at midnight, man. Game needs more tanks or healers. It'll need more tanks. Tanks will have a shortage in midnight, in my opinion. Healing is fun right now. Tanks, there won't be a lot of tanks, I think, in midnight. Yeah. Yeah, Rotuns, it's okay. All right, he said something about cloacas. Subrogue is a main now for you? Hi, Zaku. No, but he did teach me how to play it, right? I'll have to get that video up soon. All right, let's go say hi to Addison. This man helped me when I started streaming. His stream is a slightly different vibe than mine, so feel free to say the most inappropriate things. Just make sure. Yep. You can basically say something weird to him, all right? He's weird. He is not normal. Whatever you think of this man, he is not normal. Good luck. I wish you best luck. We're going to his stream, and just know, I wish you luck. No, I'm just kidding. He's great. He's hilarious. Bye, coffee. Good night, guys. All right, bye, YouTube. Good night, man.